खत्म ही हो गया।
हाँ
2 लाख तो गाड़ी पे पकड़ से बना, ये लोग जब करके चले गए।
हाँ तो
ठीक है सर, नेक्स्ट ईयर तैयारी कराते हैं।
आप तैयार करो, मैं अभी आधा घंटा एंगेजमेंट है, फिर प्रॉपर देखिए प्रोग्राम होगा।
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है।
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that, we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our, presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's my pleasure to be a host for today as we table a subject of great significance to our country, our economy, and also our future. BW Business World is pleased to welcome all of you to the 4th edition of the BW Engineering Excellence Conclave. This is a platform dedicated to exploring the future of engineering education in our country in an era dominated by rapid technological advancements. This conclave is for engineering educators, industry leaders, and also innovators who all come together and will discuss how we can collectively navigate the challenges and also the opportunities that lie ahead. The on-ground event is an extension of the special edition that BW Business World publishes each year, where they celebrate India's top engineering colleges. This is a comprehensive assessment of the leading engineering institutes, their course friends, and also their distinguished factors. If you've not seen that, you must visit a circulation team outside, and they can help you with the same. BW Engineering Excellence Conclave aims to gather the brightest minds in the engineering realm to chart the course for a sustainable and also innovative-driven future. With contributions from experts across academia and also industry, this event is a must attend for anyone and also everyone who's looking to understand the evolving landscape of engineering education and its impact on the global ecosystem. With that, let's see what do we have in store for you today. Can you please have the event TV? BW Business World, under the leadership of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, continues to be at the forefront of business media in India. With 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be deeply integrated into both the domestic and also global business ecosystems. And in today's digital age, BW has expanded its reach significantly in the online space, making it a trusted source of information and also insights. To stay updated of all the trends and also developments, we encourage you to please subscribe to BW Business World magazines, which offer a wealth of knowledge and also insights. Exciting offers for all our attendees today. Again, if you wish to get more information on the same, you can meet the circulation team outside. The upcoming issue of BW Business World looks at the exciting space of quick commerce and e-commerce as they undergo transformation in India. However, we will and we would love to showcase a sneak peek of our latest issue. Can you please have it on the screen? The magazine AV. Today's gathering, today's event, it's being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. We invite all of you to please join the conversation and also share your insights using the hashtag BW Engineering Conclave. And before we begin, I would also extend a heartfelt thank you to our partners for making this event possible. Our education partner for the day, Alliance University. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Take Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. With that, can you please have the partners, AV?
Welcome to Alliance University, where knowledge meets opportunity. A serene green campus with mesmerizing infrastructure where you can think and innovate. Our world-class faculty members are passionate about nurturing the next generation of thinkers and leaders. Here, learning goes beyond textbooks. It's about experiencing education hands-on. Our contemporary and rigorous programs are meticulously curated to make sure you meet and exceed the industrial benchmarks. a place where diverse cultures, perspectives, and intellectual pursuits converge in the transformative power of education. Experience the difference at Alliance University.
Before we begin, two very important requests. One, please, may I request all of you to turn your mobile phones to silent mode. And second, because this is a small hall with not much of a height with its ceiling and the ground. तो कोई भी बात आप करेंगे in terms of even whispers, it can be heard on the stage, but it might just turn to be in sort of a disturbance for our speakers today. Just a request. If something very important, you can try and talk outside. Yes, the doors are always open, but try not to move in and out during any session. That's all the requests that we have from and for today. With that, to formally welcome all of you and also to deliver the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of BW Business World, Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, everybody. इस मौके पे हम जब भी कोई स्टेज पे आते हैं हम जोरदार तालियां बजा के स्वागत करते हैं उनका. Thank you.
I think it is. Can you all hear me? The mic's working. Good morning. My name is Hoshi. I'm standing in for Dr. Batra, who got tied up somewhere. He'll be here in a while. At this age, you have an opinion on everything. Okay. And for someone like me, who I call myself a college dropout, close to a college dropout, I have a lot of opinions about education. And I said, let me kind of share them. And I kind of use this platform and every platform that I get to speak about education. I have some very, I can't say strong opinions, but I'm going to keep doing this till the end of time. All of you are from the education space, and you all will believe that education is the biggest leveler, okay, in the world. And education, you know, in my assessment as an extreme, but, you know, I can actually prove myself in a long discussion. Education can even bring about things like world peace. Okay. If you create equal opportunities by imparting employable education, there's going to be no conflict in the world. There's one more factor that would be kind of required. That's a little extreme, but that's not the topic here. I hope to create a write-up in a blog and put it out and get the relevant leaders in the world to see all of this. But I believe education is very critical. Why is it all the more critical for India? Okay, and let me step back a little. You know, we know the demographic dividend, we know the unemployment data, we know all of it. But you know, after like my kids say, and my colleagues and my driver and everyone says that you have a lot of stories. I think I've lived 200 years on this planet. So I do have, these are genuine stories. In the early 90s, when I used to go to the US, not go too often. I remember one trip, I think my first trip in New York, I was walking with my head down because I was an Indian. And this is true. Went there a couple of times. In 2004, I got the opportunity to run the global business of my old, the company I used to work for earlier. And I've actually had instances of, you know, someone one day knocking on my head. I think it was Miami. We were waiting for the taxi. One day, Toronto immigration, someone shook me and said, when you got to know I was an Indian, and what do you guys eat and what do you guys have out there? And so, early 90s, I would bend my head and walk, and then, it was the chappan inch. What was the difference thanks to? It was thanks to the technology that we delivered to the world, and thanks to the engineering education. Y2K, Euro conversion, today's digital transformation, it's AI, it's all of it. But technology put India on the world map, and it's thanks to all of you and your institutions who kind of did it. Unofficial figures, I came from the tech media space, and in the US, I was setting up our global business. And one of the businesses was, we had an outsourcing, you don't call it a magazine, platform. So, we had a magazine, website, events, custom solutions, all of it. And I was close to, I don't want to name companies on stage, but obviously in that business, you were close to all the large technology outsourcing ITO, BPO majors. Off record, all of them, the highest nationality that they hire is Indians in the tech space. It is also stated again unofficially, there's no way they'll prove it because they hire through contractors, that most of these companies have more staff in India than anywhere else. Actually, they have more staff in India, and it's all on the engineering technology side. Given our unemployment, given AI coming up, given the opportunities, given the past history of what technology has done for this country, okay, and services has done for this country, I think the onus lies on all of you all to ensure that there's better education, there's more employability. I always worry about the demographic dividend becoming the demographic burden. I haven't used that word on stage, but we can grow, we can become a $5 trillion economy, we can become a $15 trillion economy. But as long as we focus only on internal consumption, which we will have to do to ensure more capita income in India, it will be incestuous if it's only internal consumption, internal procurement, internal supply. We can actually take on the whole world. Okay, and what we'll do it is, we have already a lead on the engineering space, on the technology space, and that's what I think India as a country has to do. Business world, very quickly, no plug. We are a 45-year young brand. And to see that, you have to come to our office to see how crazy we behave. I'll be senior citizen next year, but if you see me at the office, it's very different. We're like a startup, okay? We believe we are a platform to enable economies, to enable our economy, ecosystems, communities, all of it. We will continue to play our role. We will continue to bring up issues. We will continue to, voice people's opinion. We will continue to help industries do better, companies do better in whatever way we can. We are a platform. We are not the experts, okay? So all our opinions are going to be at 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 feet. The expertise comes from you all. Before I end, I just wanted to say something. AI is a great change maker. Every event of ours has AI. Every article of ours has AI. I worry about AI, to be honest, that it's taking away jobs. Nobody wants to go on stage and say it. I'm sorry, I'm a Parsi. If you don't know what a Parsi is, we are a little crazy as a community. So nobody really wants to talk about AI taking away jobs. But the fact is that if we could become the software capital of the world, we can become the AI capital of the world. So there is more opportunity. I was in the room when NASSCOM was formed in my earlier company with, and I'm not throwing names, Nandan Nilekani, Harish Mehta, Saurabh Srivastava, all of us. And, at that time, I would see those banking, I'm from Bombay. I used to walk from Nariman Point to Churchgate and see those strikes in banks and textile mills on the road. And, that it's going to kind of take away jobs. AI is a little fear, and, but what it actually did is added jobs. Likewise, AI, if done well, will only add jobs. And I think it's up to y'all to kind of ensure that we create enough talent that we become the preferred AI developing destination of the world. Thank you. I'm not going to take more time, but I think we're already 30 minutes late. Now leave it to y'all to get into details. Thank you very much for coming. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Very quickly, picking up from where he left, he spoke of AI. Of course, this is the burning topic. And the first session that we have, that will also delve into how AI will influence the field of engineering. And the first topic is engineering in the era of AI, navigating challenges and opportunities. While they set up the stage, I shall introduce a panelist for the same. Joining us virtually is Professor Lakshmidhar Behra, Director, IIT Mandi. And joining us here on the stage are Dr. Thamir Reddy Konala, Dean, School of Engineering and Sciences, GD Goenka University. Dr. Reba Kaur, Professor and Dean, Alliance University, Bangalore. Professor Dipendra Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachna University. And this session will be moderated by Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt, BW Business World. We'll just give them a few seconds more, and then we shall. Because we were discussing this in the morning, we were discussing a script and we were working on something. How many of you have already started or are using ChatGPT on, let's say, on a daily basis or weekly basis? A couple of you. Okay. The next, this is not the question. The follow-up question is like the questions now. Do you think that it is sort of making you a brain dead or in a better way, taking away your creativity? Yes, you feel so? Yes, yes. It's providing you comfort, sir. Comfort, I'm sure, of course, we're saving your time. But I also sort, because I write scripts for Bollywood, I also wonder at times, जिस दिन internet नहीं हुआ, उस दिन हम क्या करेंगे? I think that will probably be a moment of truth to be standing there. But you feel, yes, it's taking away your creativity, the two of you also, and the table that who use chat GPT, आप लोग से मुस्कुराएंगे और use करते जाएंगे. Paid version, free version? Free? Anyone using a paid version? Of course, sir. You are the comfort seat. Of course, using paid version, sir. But okay. The idea is to make sure you use it to the best of your and the software's capabilities. Exactly क्या हो रहा है? क्या होने वाला है? How do we navigate the journey ahead? To discuss that and more, let's now welcome all our panelists and our moderator together on stage. Please, everybody.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for joining us here. Welcome, panelists. And AI is something that has already been talked about. AI is something that's nothing new, and it has left no industry, no sector across the globe that has been unchanged because of AI. And classrooms is nothing new, and it is something that's been impacting positively and maybe not so positively as well. We'll get into the details soon. Now, AI is a double-edged sword, as Dr. Reddy said. We know that it is here to enhance our operations, enhance our productivity all across, but there are many, many reports that claim it will going to automate some jobs away. It will. Now, you all are somebody who are grooming, teaching the engineers and who are working on technology. Now, the question here, and the challenge rather, I would say, here is not only how you teach students who are making the technology, but also groom them well to how work alongside technology. We also have Professor joining virtually. We can see you will also involve you in the conversation. Now, there is another debate that's going on, skill versus degree. Engineering is one degree that takes your 4 years, and it has been like this traditionally. But we will conclude our discussion on the point, how would it look like 10 years, 20 years down the line? We are seeing a lot of platforms like Google offering you many, many certifications, degree program that are 6 months long or a year long, that claims that same quality education in comparison to the 4-year-old degree, that's still debatable. And we will also briefly touch upon how skill versus degree is doing. Now, panelists, in your opening remarks, tell me in last 12 months, or let's say 24 months, what are some of the major observations you have made? This is not only about how AI is impacting broadly, but tell us in details what have been your observation in terms of students' behavior, in terms of your teachings, and your faculties, how AI is impacting their teaching prodigy. So all of that in your opening remarks, please. If you can start, Professor Riba.
Thanks, Resham. Very good morning to all. So I see so much worries and agonies among all the members, how AI is going to take away their jobs. To start with, being an academician for a long time, I always, especially engineering is built on strong foundations. Technologies transcend at a very fast rate. From the time immemorial, as engineering grows, technology is used by engineers to make our life easier. So now AI is a technology which is basically to be used as a tool to make our life easier. Whereas if we are considering that, okay, this technology is our enemy, then it will turn out to be one. So in the classroom, okay, we are all talking about this is the era of generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, all transformers are available there with us. But how do we make the student use it? Again, I would like to tell that if technology, say computer when it came or mobile technology when it came, we used to, our tendency is to restrict people from using it. That is when they try to use it in the wrong way. Similarly, when it comes to ChatGPT, as Dr. Reddy was telling, it is not going to stop our creativity or to make us lazy. It all depends on how we are going to use it. So in the classroom, I want to encourage students to be more creative using any of these generative AI tools, because it makes our life easier, faster. You can make faster decisions. You can get a good starting point instead of browsing or Googling through so many of the documents or so many of the evidences. It gives a very good starting point. But what happens with a student? He tries to think that, or he tries to believe that, okay, this is what all I need to do. They don't understand that it is only a starting point for them to start thinking creatively and innovatively. So it is a lot of sensitization is required in the student community as well as in the faculty community. With that, they will be using the AI responsibly. This is what I have observed in the past 2 years. As ChatGPT came, if we restrict, they will keep on try to use it for wrong reasons and wrong way. Whereas I give them assignments based on, I'll tell them to take inputs from ChatGPT and work on it, expand on it. And based on those, I give them assignments. So that is really working out. And the students will come up saying that, yes, it expanded our horizon of thinking. So it is all up to us and how we sensitize them, how we take it forward.
Great to know, Professor Riba. Now, what she's trying to say that we encourage students to use it wisely to enhance, to make your productivity more effective. Now I'm coming to Professor Behra. If you can hear us, tell us what have been some of your observations. If you can share those specific pointers in 3 points.
See, last, I think 6 months back or 8 months back, somebody translated my video in Spanish, in Tamil, and exactly following my tone. And first of all, I was a little shocked that, and this is a company placed in Poland, and they did it. And I saw that they are doing an incredible job. Of course, it's not 100% correct, but it's almost above 92%. So some little editing here and there has to be done. And when I saw that, one of my PhD students, I gave the problem, okay, sitting in the Poland, they are doing translation, video translation in our language. Of course, not all language was there, in Tamil probably, and then one Hindi, Tamil and Hindi. These two were there. So I gave a problem to my PhD student, plus work on Indian language. So this is just one example that has caught my attention. Second thing, let me tell you, I met a BTech student from IIT Kanpur. I'm from IIT Kanpur, although I'm in IIT Delhi as the director. So I met this boy from IIT Kanpur, and I asked him, what do you plan to do? He's a civil engineering student. He said, I want to do higher studies. So I said, good, you are doing higher studies in civil engineering, it would be nice. But to my shock, I saw, he said, no, I would like to do data science. I said, Baba, you are a civil engineering guy. Why you have to do in data science? Sir, I have not learned anything about civil engineering. That too in IIT Kanpur. He has done all the courses in data science. He is very confident that he will do very well in the GATE exam. So you said 3 points. This is the second one. And then I'm going to summarize. And third is, you see, which I have been telling in many forums, that AI is able to do data manipulation because of brute computing power. AI, in fact, has gone to the hand of few powerhouses, whether it is Google, Microsoft. But AI is not a cognitive system. I started my PhD in 1991, where my PhD topic was neural controller for robotics. That time I was interested in AI to understand inner cognitive science, how we think, how we decide, what is common sense logic, how, we given data, we create knowledge from knowledge, wisdom. These are the thought process. But currently, you have to recognize that AI is not going, means we wanted a convergence between natural intelligence or human intelligence and AI. But it is completely diverging. That's the bad part. So I gave you 3. You wanted 3, I gave you 3. I can give more, but let's stop here. So
more questions as we proceed in our conversation. Now I'm coming to you, Professor Reddy. Tell us what has changed in your classrooms in last 24 months.
Thank you. Good morning to the audience and my panelists. I think Professor said rightly that from past 2 years, the industry buzz is too high, where people are watching. Frankly, the word AI was coined early 70s. And today we are having all the technologies to make things
not 70s. It is in 50s, early in late 40, late 40.
Around 1950s.
Yeah. It's Marvin Minsky who coined the word AI But it is early 50, late 40, 50.
So today it is possible because of the technological evolution. And from past 2 years, because of various IT industry giants like Google, OpenAI, Microsoft, now they brought this word more visible to us. And also they offered various platforms initially for free. Slowly we are adopting and we are slowly becoming more bent towards it. And it is alarming. And recently, the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, has said in an interview that let's start students to make use of these applications to do better coding. So what my opinion is, or what I look at it is, earlier days, we used to by heart a lot of code. We used to insist to learn many coding languages. But in the coming days, the mundane tasks are going to be taken away by AI. So there is a great need to change our curriculum and the teaching pedagogy. So we need to introduce to every faculty, it may be civil engineering, mechanical engineering, or electrical engineering or computer science, immaterial to the course, either it may be sciences or astronomy or aerospace. We need to introduce these advancements since it is not replacing human intelligence, it is going to make comfort levels. Today, we are living in a comfort zone where everyone wanted comfort. So I believe there should be a paradigm shift towards the curriculum and also teaching pedagogy.
Good to know, Dr. Reddy. Now, we understand that this change has come in, this buzzword, this AI is nothing new, as Professor Bera said, but this at this point in time has created a buzz and give us opportunity to grab by also posing many challenges all around. Now I'm coming to you, Professor Jha. Tell me, how are you students reacting? How are younger engineers reacting? And how AI is impacting the faculties? What changes have you seen?
Yeah, thank you. And good morning, one and all. Good morning, Dr. Bera and my fellow panelists. I have been in academia for some time, but then last 2 years I was in industry. I just wanted to understand the other side of the table, how they work. And I was at Larsen and Toubro. We were actually trying to create, courses which we could give to, different academia, institutions, and also to reskill our own, L&T and plus others as well. Earlier, it used to be very difficult, getting, people who can actually, and on the studios and all. Dr. Bera actually rightly pointed out, you don't need those, at all. I mean, I was actually surprised when, it's very easy that, you have to just, and probably it will be, depending on different software that you use, it could be, different number of, words, but then only 500 words you will have to, speak probably, how in your accent, how you use. And then they will use your, make your avatar. It will be you only, like he was referring. And I was actually surprised, shocked actually in the beginning that it could be me who was talking and almost the way I speak with just those, because it would learn and then start doing. So I think, it's how, how things are changing. It's always what is requirement. And then we need to also prepare our, workforce and also the students accordingly. So I would say, right from the first industrial revolution, it was in around 1740 to 1860, when the requirement of industry was different. They were actually looking for the graduates who would just be punctual, obedient, always listening the teacher or someone, So it would resemble, exactly the way the industry used to be, the classrooms as well. But now the requirements are different. And so we have to change as well. So earlier we used to call literacy, then it became IT literacy. So if you are IT literate, then only you are literate. Now it has become almost we are getting into AI literacy. If you're not AI literate, So there are a lot of things that AI can do. I know, I can smell our students are actually smarter than we are. We, when I say we, the teachers, majority of the teachers, I'm not pointing out. So the point is, the teachers who used to be source of information earlier, now information is everywhere. So you need to be source of inspiration. How can you inspire people? How can you inspire the students? AI is going to stay. And based on different research, they say that by 2055, and this is based on one research, but you can quote many others who might differ in these dates. But by 1955, half of the jobs that mundane tasks, as he mentioned, we will lose to automation. Half of the jobs. So we need to switch gears, and it happened in early days when the computer revolution came. This will continue to happen because this is the change which is inevitable. Every time there will be something, some disruption will happen. I think probably this what you call COVID actually did good in this sense that people actually realized this power of AI even more in education. I would say when people were forced to be behind their drawing rooms and all. So I think things will continue to change. Every dimension of engineering, every domain of engineering is going to be affected by AI, but positively I'm talking. Of course, there are issues which may go other way. Like everything. I mean, there are issues related to ethics, related to other things, which will also be there, and therefore you need to regulate. You need to see that how far you want it to go, but at the same time, but more focus should be on how can we promote pro AI things, because if we want to be the powerhouse, AI powerhouse of the world, we need to be pro AI initiatives we need to take, and accordingly, academia is actually serving making, I mean, so-called they call it industry ready, but whatever time it takes for the student and actually become industry ready, still I think academia has a lot of role to play there. So if I call it one line that it is a need of the hour, it's going to happen. So there is no point saying that whether we should go for it or not. How fast we can go is the key.
Thank you so much, Professor Jha. It was well explained, and we also got a just how industry is reacting and what's needed right now. I'm coming to you, Professor Jha. Tell me, I mean, he correctly said that it will continue to evolve with time, right? Tell me one thing that needs to be constant. What is that one thing for students, for teachers, for academia to keep in mind? You would want to? I was coming to, my apologies. And both of you can. Both of you can.
Yeah.
So what is one thing that needs to be constant? Professor Jha first and then Professor Reddy can.
I think, see, out of all these things that happened, right from first industrial revolution, since we did not have time, I didn't dwell into it. But then what is constant is learning, adaptability, resilience. These things are important. What we call 21st century skill sets. These are important. You need to learn. Newer things will come. Then what are you going to do? You cannot be like, saying that, okay, I have been or I was prepared for the workforce. Contemporary, see, no institution, neither it is MIT, Stanford or IIT, can claim that, I'm going to prepare a student who is going to be relevant in his skill set, with his skill set, which is going to last forever, or say 30, 40 years of their active life. No one can say. What they can say, I mean, you can always prepare them for contemporary workforce, but what is more important is you prepare them with so-called 21st century skill set like creativity, flexibility, design thinking, IT, communication skill, adaptability. These are the things you need to be learner. Lifelong learning is the key, I would say.
Very, very rightly pointed out. And this is in addition to what Professor Bera said, the cognitive ability. So this is something that cannot be replaced by AI.
Yeah,
Your take on this?
Yeah, thank you. To add this, basically the AI requires basic foundation of mathematics, physics, and a kind of logic reasoning. See, what we are forgetting in any engineering branches, these foundation subjects, hope the experts also will agree, we have to give more emphasis on foundation subjects with applications as the outcome of it. We can see +2, there's a race for IITs and NITs, I'm sorry to say, and students were left with a lot of pressure. So where we need to change our education system to meet with AI. So that the counterparts of various bodies in India has to sit together, spend a lot of time on how we are going. When you take US education, they introduce all this in their 5th standard or 6th standard, very lower grade, the logic, reasoning, coding, everything they are teaching well in advance. And they choose at the right time what is to be adopted. But that is not happening in India. India, we are just in a phase where we are not meeting both. So that's where I think I request the academicians from all the top IITs and IITs to look into it. Thank you.
Now there is a debate going on which says skill versus degree. Now, in my initial comments, I mentioned about how students are encouraged to look at shorter term degrees and certification courses. And COVID actually encouraged more, the masses to do the certifications in various domains, and people did it. How many of you did some certification during COVID time? Nice, nice, and nice. So I would want to understand from your perspective, how are you looking at this? 10 years, 20 years down the line, do we see 4 years time cutting down and coming down to 2, 1, 6 months? I'm not too sure. I can be wild in this prediction, but I would want to know from your perspective, Professor Bera also, what would you say? How will it change the academia, how it functions today, and how will it function 20 years down the line? The engineering programs, how will it change with incoming of AI, advanced technologies? You are the people who are grooming the technology creators. Tell us, what are you expecting in coming times? Professor Bera first.
You see, AI is here. It will stay for some time. I don't say that its longevity will be very long, but it will be there. We have to live with it. So in that case, we have to learn how to use AI for the betterment of our society. Instead of thinking it's bad repercussion. For example, with Sarah Kashmir University of Agriculture, Science and Technology, SQUAST, we started a BTech program. It's a joint collaboration, AI in agriculture. See, where the skill is necessary. See, finally, a country of 140 billion must think how to feed 140 billion bellies. Healthcare. So, not only we started this program with SQUAST, they have taken and those students will do 1 year courses at IIT Mandi, but only a week back, our civil engineering chair came and said, sir, we must start also AI in agriculture, given the need, skill. So I think whether it is 4-year course, 2-year course, 1-year course, doesn't matter. We must give emphasis on the skill. So if people are interested in AI, if they are hooked onto AI, let us use that propensity in doing something good for the society. That would be my advice.
So far, skill 1, degree 0. Your take, Professor.
Yeah, I think your question was whether skill versus degree. I mean, whether of course, I mean, skills. Yeah, degrees. There are, even in Google, a sizable number of its employees are actually not having a degree. But you know what Google is doing, right? And the trend is actually catching up. So you need to be actually good at certain things. Certain means whatever the requirement is, you need to be that. Even if you have a degree, I mean, we know how, the degree are, and not everyone is at the same level, by the way. So it's not degree at all. But then what sort of skills? We need to actually be a cognizant of this, that, what sort of skill sets are required. Given the century that we are in and the kind of workforce, the students we are preparing for the workforce, we actually have done some work when in my earlier stint as L&T Chief Academic Officer. We did some research on this, and then though there are a lot of skill competency frameworks available around the globe, but then we came up with this tentatively like 3 skill competency skills which are important: technical, functional, and behavioral. Now, technical is the domain knowledge, but of course the skills, these are the major skill sets I'm talking. Functional is something that irrespective of either you're engineer or accountant or manager, anything, you need certain functional aspects, functional skills, which is AI, for example. They call it prompt engineering or whatever you want to call it. But then AI, finance could be one functional skill. Everyone should know. Computer skills, everyone should know. So the functional skill. Behavioral skill is actually 21st century skills. Already I have mentioned. So all these skill sets you have to require. Now you said whether there is a question whether the conventional these university will exist or not. I would even talk that. My opinion, probably no. Because now already we have got
That's
ABC.
a very bold statement.
Yeah, I mean,
we got a headline for today.
Academic bank of credit. Now, one student is no longer you're a captive audience, captive student. So now tomorrow, it not necessarily you need to be in a university. Why you need to be in A university and go and do some other B university? No, you can go even to industry. You can be on job. You acquire some, because what is important is what is the learning outcomes required. If you need it, and if it is being delivered by an industry, you go there in your time period. You go there, get that energy, and maybe something like TRI. We have got one regulatory agency can actually keep on a track that okay, you need these things. Sum total of that, you are worthy of being called an engineer.
This sounds all so fantastic. When are we expecting this in India?
Well, I expect it somewhere down the line. May not be in my time, but then I see these things happening. Why it can't happen? It can happen to other, FMCG or say other sectors. It can happen in education as well. So I think what is more important is even if you need a degree, it can be acquired like this. No longer the conventional way of imparting degree. That's what I foresee. But definitely, if you ask degree versus skill competency, of course, skills. Skills, then I told you 3. Then you have to come up with the competency. Now, in this skill, what is the competency required? And that will be dictated by the workforce. What is like certain positions? The positions will keep changing. So the workforce will say this is, and then levels. If this is the competency required, what is the level? And level will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on the stage of your the career stage that you are in.
Very interesting times, Professor Reddy. What would you say? Are we seeing these in a decade or a century?
Very short. Thanks to the government of India, NEP 2020 has transformed completely the degree system. Like they have initiated ABC, Academic Bank of Credits, and also encouraging the online learning, where most of the institutions in India is now respecting the credits earned by the students through NPTEL, Udemy, or any other reputed online program offerings. And I look at it as he rightly said. So shortly, if a student gets 160 credits within 3.5 years, he might get his degree. Because today, degree is a kind of a passport, I feel. There is a lot of skill gap, what we are producing. So slowly, the students are now able to understand the difference between a degree and a skill gap. So in this scenario, we are in the right direction, and all the government agencies are also supporting, all the universities, colleges. I too agree that I'm looking at within 2-3 years, maybe very short, the universities will recognize and respect the academic bank of credits and will issue the degrees.
What's the score now? Skill versus degree. What's the score now? 2 skills. What would you say?
See, I believe now both are equally important because of different purposes. Okay, if you take South down, degrees are very valued. But when it looks at industry, they look at skill is more valued.
Yes.
But initially in the placement drives, they ask some percentage of
degree
marks. So
Yeah.
in the degree, are you completed or not? So still now today we are giving equal importance to it. But coming days, Yes, I can say within no time, the companies are now recognizing when there is an availability.
You're
There's
making a
supply and
balance.
demand.
You're on a safer side. You're making a balance. Professor Ribat, your brief take, how are you looking at academia changing in next 10, 20 years? How will students react? What are your predictions?
What is one thing which should not change in spite of all these technological changes is the lifelong learning. So that we cannot avoid. So upskilling, reskilling are all inevitable. If you ask me skill versus degree, yes, I will also to some extent vote for skills rather than degree. But at the same time, you can also see industries approaching academia to upskill their workforce with a provision of degree. That means that industry is keenly looking also for upskilling and giving them degrees so that probably it may be a norm or it may be a concept among all of us that a degree is always a stepping stone to a next degree or next expansion of knowledge horizon. So in that angle, industries are also coming to academia. Even Alliance University is partnering with many industries to upskill their workforce, maybe from a diploma to a degree or a degree to a post-graduation. So both are equally important. Degree as well as skills are equally important. Probably after a point of time, maybe 10 years or 15 years down the lane, new skills will come still. We are sitting here, we are thinking about the 21st century skill sets, functional skill sets, behavioral skill sets. Even those may be changed if the technology is again going to upgrade, and definitely it is going to upgrade. So that is my thought, where government also needs to see it regularize. Maybe we should have, in case of AI, we should have a AI strategy, national strategy on AI to make this an AI hub of the world. So India is in all good directions, actually. I believe that there will be a lot more Indian institutions and industries together can do further for our future. So currently AI is, I don't say AI as future, AI is the current trend. Tomorrow it may be something more. But again, I tell you, like as my fellow panelists say, that they are coming back to the fundamentals. He was pointing out that maths, physics, chemistry, those are the strong fundas. Once you have the strong fundas, whatever be the transitions happening in the knowledge or in the skills, people will be able to do it because we are lifelong learners. That is my take on this.
Thanks, Professor Riba. So 3 takeaways for me. One is AI is current, here to stay for long. Second is India is in the right direction. We are on the right track to be the AI capital, software capital of the world. And third is skill versus degree is still debatable. So we see here 50-50, and this discussion can go on because this is clearly a 50-50 match.
No, can I make a small comment here?
Please.
You see, university, although is now giving degree, if skill takes the precedence, they will also become a skill-based university. But that's not very important point. For example, AI as a skill became a necessity for the society because universities invested in the research. We need to recognize universities are meant for knowledge creation. That knowledge creation gets translated into the skill after a long phase. For example, if Hinton, Bangio, these people would not have really worked very hard within the university system, I don't think that the way AI has evolved would have come to this stage. I think that we have to look at a bigger picture of university. University are basically meant for research and knowledge generation, where India is actually missing in a great way.
Perfect, Professor Bera. I'm sure all the professors here would also agree with you. And I really don't want to end here, but we will have to. Thank you so much, all my panelists, for making time for
Thank
this.
you.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Aditya.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Resham, for moderating that and also for keeping a check on the timer. With that, we'll now move ahead with the first keynote address for the day. We just give them a couple of seconds to clear the stage, and then we shall introduce our speaker. Then we shall have our next panel, followed by another panel discussion. We have a couple of them today, followed by 2 keynote addresses, which will happen, of course, in the middle. Okay. Just to ask, how many of you have been to IIT Delhi? Who's had the honor and privilege of being there? A couple of you. Any student here? Do we have students in the audience? Now, don't say student of life, who's actually studying in college. Abhi aajkal. Any students here today? Are you guys? Yes or no? Yes. Is this your first lecture time? Usually in office? Was the first, I'm in college. Was the first 8 o'clock you start lectures? Why do half of you seem sleepy then? Either you guys bunk. Are you allowed to bunk? I mean, no, sorry. Can you bunk? I hear very pleasant yes from here. All 85 and above attendance plus wale log ho tum sab. Anybody below 85? Anybody below 85 here? Of course, nobody would. But okay, good that you're here, all smiling and happy. Now, IIT Delhi, it's amongst the earliest IITs that were launched during the heady days in the formation of IITs and IIMs, and under the leadership of our keynote speaker today, Director Rangan Banerjee. The institute has achieved remarkable milestones, particularly हम जब innovation की बात करते हैं. And to share more insights on the same, let's please welcome Professor Banerjee himself. Everybody, for the first keynote address. You get me louder? क्या हुआ? Thank you.
Good morning. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, and the topic given is engineering education navigating disruptions. Just to do a, how many of you are engineering educators, either administrators or faculty members in the audience? Okay, how many are students? How many are industry or startups? Okay, a few. Okay, great. So let me start with, let me preface the remarks. I know we are running short of time, but the time allotted to me was about 25 minutes. I'm going to talk to you for about 15 minutes and then take questions. I'm going to essentially give you a perspective from IIT Delhi, a publicly funded institution, but also the perspective is overall on engineering education. And so it could also be relevant that some differences for private universities, but many of the things are similar. So when you look at any of this, so I've looked at the topic, engineering education, we all understand what that is. Navigating, we know how to navigate, whether it is through your app or you navigate yourself through your past knowledge. Disruption. So I looked at the dictionary definition of disruption, and it says the action of preventing something especially a system, process, or event, from continuing as usual or as expected. So we are looking at disruptions affecting engineering education, and I think most of us in the audience and anyone who is in this field will understand that we cannot continue on our usual path or as expected. So and what are these disruptions? You just heard from the panel about artificial intelligence, right? And the whole idea you heard from the panel, whether you talk about artificial intelligence, you talk about machine learning, we are changing the way we are doing things, right? We are changing the way in which we define work. And the pace of change is accelerating. So it's very quick. So what is the implication for engineering education? And this is the structure of work, the nature of work, the type of jobs. We cannot predict the future based on the past, right? And as engineering educators, we need to be able to create and train the future workforce, the future citizens of the country. So we need to define what the future will look like. And I heard this debate, skill versus degree. Well, I mean, when we do a degree, there are a number of skills we put into that degree. So it's a non-existent debate to me. Of course, many people are looking at the stamp and the chapa and the degree, but in effect, what we are doing is we are training our students to have the capability when they go out into the real world, they will actually fulfill their responsibility as citizens. They will have the skill sets needed. They will have the ability to learn so that they can face future problems and find solutions. So this is the first disruption, the disruption in terms of artificial intelligence, machine learning, the disruption in terms of the nature and structure of work. We have just gone through, the whole world together has gone through a major disruption when we saw in COVID, right? That disrupted the way we thought, the way we looked at, the way we interacted, and it disrupted education too. So there are lessons we've come out of that, but some of the residual effects are still there. Today, engineering education faces another disruption. The aspirations of students and expectations of students and parents are quite different from what it used to be. And that itself is changing. We talk about employability. You will see in the media always an analysis. Even while our placements are going on, there'll be an analysis of what is going on. And there's an obsession with employability right in front. Global competitiveness. Everywhere today, if you see, we are looking at countries competing, we are looking at jobs and employability, we are looking at ways in which we provide strategic advantage for our industry and our companies. And then we want to see today we are in a, we call ourselves today, the epoch that we have is called the Anthropocene. We've had a Holocene, the Holocene where actually we've had stable climate, and there's the life as we know it over the last 2,000-3,000 years has evolved because of this stable world situation, and that has been threatened by human activity. So the characteristic of the Anthropocene is that global change caused by human activity. And what is the challenge? The challenge is this is not sustainable in the future. Not sustainable for humans, not sustainable for the planet. And that's a recognition which is there. And then you're all aware of the climate crisis. We can see it today in terms of extreme events. It is here and it is there. And it's not only we are talking of this is a global sustainability issue, there are local sustainability issues when we talk about in terms of air quality, pollution, health. So all of this means that we need to do things differently. And you can see that I've worked in the energy and climate sector, so I know that the rules of the game are completely changing, and almost in every sector this is the same. So this means another challenge for the engineering education. We have to rework what we know as the current way in which we do things, the way in which we look at knowledge. There are issues related to security. And despite all our technological developments, we still are threatened by wars. We are threatened by blockades. In all of this, and increasingly more so, you would have thought that now that you have records, you have videos, it would be much easier to see what is true and what is untrue. But unfortunately, technology has not changed that. So personal freedom and individual rights, another important thing to keep in mind when we think in terms of future of engineering and challenges. And you would understand that if you are in engineering education, when you look at students, and this is probably something which started with COVID, we are very well connected in terms of social media, in terms of the latest apps, but we have lost our personal connections. We have lost our support systems. And we as educators see this on a day-to-day basis when we look at mental health and wellness. This is another disruption. The meaningfulness of life, the meaningfulness of the 4 years that we talk of in terms of a degree is not just a set of skills. It's about an entire holistic experience, a learning experience. How do you work together in teams? How do you understand? What are ethics? It is not just a stamp to get a particular job. It is preparing people to be citizens, to interface. And so this is a big, big disruption. How do we bring back in engineering education the excitement? Because attention spans are low, and I don't go to the classroom that often. Now I'm more an administrator, but you can see it is very difficult to capture the attention of a young student today. He or she is always busy on their phone. And if so you have to, attendance, make it mandatory, but even if you make it mandatory, the person is not really there, right? So you have to excite. And this means that students today have access to the best of information. They also have a large number of various videos. They can go to, you can look at MIT media, whatever. So you have choices. So you have to be able to excite with personal experiences. You have to be able to provide the perspective. You have to add value, and you have to have the connect. And this is another challenge. Another challenge, of course, which is very typical of India and of a public institution, our classes are extremely diverse, extremely diverse. So in our incoming batch of, let's say, 1,200 students at the undergraduate level, some students are, they catch the point immediately. Some students take a little bit more time. And in the class, if you have a large class of 200 or 600 students, you have a varying set of methods of learning. And how do we change the pedagogy so that we have to have a mechanism by which everyone learns, maybe at different paces, but finally they get to that. And this is again a disruption and a challenge which we need to look at. Today, our Prime Minister has given us the challenge that we need to be Atmanirbhar, that we need to go and we need to become a developed country. In order to do that, it's extremely important for our engineering education to be able to provide that competitive advantage. The other challenge linked with it is that we have our silos. We talked about civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer sciences. Unfortunately, the real world problem doesn't see those silos. You have to solve the entire problem. You have to understand, and it's not just about engineering. You need to look at the social impact. You need to be able to look at the economics of it. You need to be able to understand. So it is multidisciplinarity. That is, our mindsets are siloed, but the problems and the reality is not. And we have to break those mindsets. Easy to say, not easy to do. Talk to your colleagues, look at your Senate, try to explain how you need to do things, but we need to look at this. So we need to ensure all over the world, higher education is at a crossroads, and there's a challenge for higher education. The challenge is higher education cannot remain exclusive and elitist. And this is how it is perceived. Today, India still provides the most affordable higher education anywhere in the world. Many other countries, the question is that higher education leads to significant amount of loans and indebtedness. And then questions are being asked whether investment in higher education is justified. And this is a challenge we need to face. In engineering education, in order to be at the cutting edge, you need to make investments in laboratories, you make investments in infrastructure. In the current situation, the money that we get is never enough, whether it's private or it's public institutes. I'm sure you will see that. So the challenge is how do we sustain ourselves financially while yet making it affordable for the students to go through? And I think the only way, so let's now start, these were all the challenges and the disruptions. Let's see how do we navigate this. So let me start with the last thing which we talked about. The only way to navigate this for us is if we can create value for society. We can see that we create value for society. We provide, not just we do create value by our students, but we need to look at industries, work together, identify, and see that we work on relevant problems. We see that the kind of things that we are doing actually makes an impact. That will give us direct revenue. It will also give us the backing of society. If we see, for instance, you're looking at problems we've had in Delhi over the last 1.5 months, we've seen instances of flooding, right? There's a problem in drainage. We can actually, there's retrofitting of it, finding solutions which actually make an impact and be seen to make an impact. Then the society would say that, yes, IIT Delhi, you have the right to ask for the resources from the government. We work with industry to see that we provide a competitive advantage. We work with industry to see where are the gaps, together to visualize what are the needs of the future graduates so that we can try to do this. We've been trying to have, and I think most of us here who are in engineering education have been trying to engage with industry. And industry, government, society working together, identifying problems that are relevant and together trying to find solutions are the way to go. We've had, to give you some examples, we developed our civil engineering department, created a low carbon cement, which has essentially the similar properties as cement, but only takes 50% of the CO2 footprint. And we've tried this in kilns. This has been tried in several countries in the world. And recently we just started a technology center in Africa to look at the demonstration of this. The colleagues who've developed this, put this information in terms of papers and in the public domain, decided not to patent it or commercialize it, but have been giving it to technologies and doing trials. And so this is one of the examples that I would like to quote. We've been looking at, you look at healthcare and technologies, you look at biomechanics. We've had a technology where after a stroke, if someone, the hand movements are not, and you do, you try a whole host of things, but we've created a robotic arm, an exoskeleton, which is actually enables, and this is being done, trials are being done in India, being done in Australia. We've created many centers of excellence with industry. We have a center with DRDO, where we are looking at DRDO and industry and a large number of technologies, whether it is technologies which were initially imported, and we are providing lower cost and better performance. In many of these, we still do not have, the whole idea is to enable innovation and have our students and our faculty run with their ideas. However, the overall ecosystem, we need to be able to push that ecosystem better so that because we need to create a more enabling ecosystem. So this is in terms of trying to talk about relevance. Now, if we think in terms of the mental health and wellness, we are trying to have mechanisms. One is, of course, we have counseling, but then counseling itself has its own kind of stigmas. We've created mechanisms for student support, of student mentors, as well as identifying students who are having difficulty with the program and then giving them support. We are trying to have ways in which student and faculty interface. We've always had these stick dinners where faculty members go to the hostels and, and then they discuss in informal settings. We are trying to create more mechanisms for a better connect with the faculty and students. In the whole idea of multidisciplinarity and the curriculum, we are trying to revive and review all the curriculum, look at involvement of alumni in industry and others, in mentoring students, in identifying what are the future needs. In moving forward, engineering education, we need to provide leadership of thought. We need to identify what are the future needs, what is going to be required, and how do we train future generations to meet that. In order to do this effectively, we have to have a constant dialogue with our stakeholders, students and parents, the industry, the employers, the society, and the faculty members. And we need to evolve continuously and see that we equip ourselves to be able to navigate the disruptions, the ongoing disruptions, as well as the future disruptions. And academia typically has a role in society, and that role is to provide leadership of thought. If we have to provide that leadership of thought, we have to visualize the future as it should be, visualize how we can take ourselves to that future, interface with the stakeholders, and then define what engineering needs are going to be, train our students and our future generations for that. And with this initial remarks, I will stop here, but if there is time, I would be happy to take some questions. Are there any questions, comments? Yes, sir.
I'm taking this opportunity because always been fascinated by what IITians do, And I mean, how do you foster? I mean, what do you feed them? What do you? I mean, how do you foster that cutting edge mindset? They kind of they're bulletproof in their mindsets. I mean, how does that happen? I mean, is this the legacy that has now set in, and they just expect that they are going to disrupt the world? Are you actively helping develop this mindset? I was always fascinated to ask you this question, so I thought I'll ask.
So I think the first thing which we do, and you talk to any IIT and you would find that there is a belief and a self-confidence, and we encourage students to grapple with problems and identify ways in which they can. We have mechanisms students learn in most of the courses that we have. If you see the pattern of examinations, it's not a standard set of examinations. So there is a focus on problem solving, there's a focus on thinking. There is also increasingly, we have a focus on teamwork and projects. And students do a large number of these. Students also learn outside the classroom in terms of peer-to-peer learning. Students get engaged in, there are a large number, we have a mechanism where we'll have a large number of cultural, sports, extracurricular activities where they learn. Our students actually participate in an electric vehicle, in making an electric vehicle. They have a robotics club. They look at the iGEM where they're looking at genetics. They work together often on technology-related problems. And I think the whole ecosystem there is a can-do kind of attitude. There is also an attitude where people learn. We are also encouraging our students to innovate and do startups. And that is also a system. But however, I think we do have some of these, but it's still a challenge to excite students about core engineering. And that is a challenge that we are grappling with. And that, of course, depends on the way the jobs and other things are structured. So often people are doing a whole host of jobs. There are a significant proportion who are in core engineering. But yes.
Good morning, Professor Ranjan. Just to add to that, what you explained, being a student of 2 IITs and leading one top NIT, I would put more emphasis, or I want to emphasize that, we produce rounded individuals, which you mentioned. So in addition to the studies and the hard work outside class, they get involved in everything, into whether it's sports or cultural, or so they come out as rounded individuals who can take on the world. Right. Whether it's technology, or whether it is management, or even music or arts or cinema, they excel because we train them to be analytically good as well as they are rounded individuals.
Absolutely.
And my question to you is, or rather your insights on, because I've been teaching for maybe more than 3 decades. And I can see the absence of excitement in class. So any thoughts on how do we bring that excitement in students back?
So I think as an administrator, it's a little difficult. As a faculty member, the first thing is the faculty member must be excited. right? And the second thing is, I think, identifying problems in the real world where you can make an impact, and then relating what we are learning to that often results in excitement. Students also, gamification is another way. You know, students like to compete. And so I think there are no simple, no shortcut solutions, but faculty members must be able to understand and see and want to create that excitement. And I earlier, this was not at IIT Delhi, this was earlier at IIT Bombay, I had a group of young students coming to me and saying that we want to participate in the solar decathlon. And I searched and I realized that, you know, there's never been an Indian team in the solar decathlon. So I asked them, what do you know what it involves? They said, I asked them, what have you built? The solar decathlon is a competition where you design a fully functional house running only on solar energy, and you implement it, and you make it, and you make everything work. So they said, no, we've made some small toys and other things, but we'll do it. And they had that excitement. And then as we picked up, that became, but that whole group, if I remember that first group, all of them have changed their way of looking at things. They've all even changed their orientation. Some of them have started companies. So I think, you know, students don't want to be forced into doing things. And that is something we need to understand. So we have to create mechanisms where you direct them, excite them. And then I don't think there is a, you know, we can't make a report and say 2.1, do this, 2.2, it's about, but we need to constantly, we have to encourage good teaching. The other thing which has happened is today we are too obsessed with this ranking business. And everything is about the citations, and I mean, that's fine, but in the teaching is getting a backseat. And exciting students, people remember teachers who cared, who tried to teach them, and who taught even the one who was struggling. We need to emphasize that. We need to incentivize that. We need to speak about that. Today, that is a challenge also. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So you have to tell me about it. I started, I think we are on time. You can take the last one and then okay, we can just, he had stood up and then we'll stop.
I'm K.K. Roy Chaudhary. I'm an environment engineer. Is there any placement decline?
Placement?
Is there any students' placement decline?
Student placement decline. See, what happens is there are changes, ups and downs, right? So there is a change in the global placement. So there are issues and there are concerns. But I think overall, you know, you saw that last year, it's been projected in the media. We've analyzed our data. There is a slight decline, but I think it's nothing to worry about. We need to be able to balance and look at things in. Yeah, it's an overall global phenomena in terms of jobs and employment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for that address and also, of course, for answering questions as well. While they set the stage for our next panel discussion, you know, as you mentioned, of course, as many of you asked as well, that there have been significant changes in the space as well, at least in the domain of engineering. But how flexible and agile is the curriculum that we'll discuss in our next panel? But just to ask you, do you think that your curriculum, at least in the engineering sector, is flexible? How many feel yes, it is flexible? How many feel no, it is not flexible, it needs to be flexible? You feel no, it needs to be flexible. And students feel nothing. जिनको actually कुछ feel करना चाहिए. You're thinking. And you guys are in your second year, right? तुमने सोच के second साल तक आ गए हो. और कितना वक्त है तुम्हारे पास अभी और? It's a 4-year course or time है. सोचो, आराम से सोचो, हाँ? Good. But good, at least you're attentive. That's what matters the most. Our next panel, it's on agile curriculum, keeping pace with technological advances. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome our panelist, Miss Minnie Thomas, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Jamia Millia Islamia, Dr. Suneet Tulli, Dean, School of Engineering, Shif, Nadra University. Joining them is Professor Dr. Manik Kumar, Dean, School of Engineering and Technology, BML Munjal University. And this session will be moderated by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Let's please welcome all our panelists to the stage, everybody. A round of applause. Become louder. It's only the morning, I believe. It's still morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya, and thanks to the keynote that was before us and the panel before us. It has set the tone for the conversation. And what a relevant conversation this is, you know. I think we've always been wondering how what is taught inside the campus resonates with what is outside. And there always has been a gap. And if you look at engineering specifically, I think nothing is changing faster, you know, than what is required of the curriculum in engineering colleges, given the rapid pace of advancement in AI, quantum computers, so many things. So this is the panel. These are the experts who deal with this conversation on a daily basis. And let's understand from them that do we have a curriculum that is relevant to the outside world, or do we need to make some changes? So let me start with the initial comments from the lady on the panel, Professor Minnie Thomas. There's some noise coming at the back. Can I just request everyone to keep quiet? It's a small hall, so I can easily hear it here. Let me start with you, ma'am. Do you think the curriculum that's being taught, say in Jamia, by the way, I'm from Jamia, I did mass comm from Jamia, resonates with what is happening outside the campus, or do the students have to unlearn and then get attuned to what is happening around?
Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, in India, I mean, across the world, there have been efforts to keep up with the pace of industrial development. The curriculum has to be, you know, revamped all the time. It has been happening. The only thing is how to make it more agile. It has been happening. So in elite institutions, we just heard from Professor Rangan Banerjee, in any elite institutions, there is a constant feedback mechanism, which is not impossible in any institution. If you are an autonomous institution, it's very easy to mold the curriculum and adapt it towards the relevance. However, it doesn't happen so easily because you become complacent. And once you develop a curriculum structure, it's very difficult to change because of there are so many factors, inertia, primarily with faculty, to change a curriculum. So in Jamia, I can go with an example, what I did. When I came back from NIT Trichy as last year, I realized we had not revamped the curriculum, engineering curriculum for a long time. We were still running 180 plus credits and no choice, no flexibility. So we revamped the curriculum completely last year, brought down the credits, introduced minors and honors. And all this exercise was done with industry and alumni feedback. And it's introduced, it's been implemented last year to the first year BTech students. So it is possible. And when you come to each and every subject, this I'm talking about the BTech curriculum, the complete curriculum. And we introduce, many non-engineering subjects as well, like, ethics, universal human values, Constitution of India. All these are very important to make a good citizen of India. So we have been doing it. So this is about the curriculum. If you come to specific subject or course, which a teacher is teaching, the teacher can make changes very easily. And at the department level, in the board of studies level, it can be adopted very easily. So it is very much possible to be relevant.
Absolutely. I think what you are pushing for and what you've introduced is commendable. It's not just about the tech subject, it's also about the holistic development, which you talked about. I have further questions on it as I come to this.
I would suggest, I would also at the same breath mention that there were a lot of resistance.
I'm coming to, I have a question on that, yes. Dr. Tuli, to you, one of the aspects is strengthening the strong foundation in core engineering principles. That is, of course, the mainstay of the institution. But at the same time, how do you introduce a bit of innovation in that so that they can learn what is happening beyond that? How do you balance the core with something disruptive that's happening outside?
Okay, so I think we discussed a lot about the IIT system. Engineering education in India has been dominated by the IITs. But while we have taken some things from them, there are other things which, if they're not there, it doesn't work out. So let me start. A curriculum review is a major thing, right? You really look at inputs, whereas course, which we normally teach, there is a lot of flexibility for a faculty to teach a course, right? So coming to the question of agility, you don't need a major curriculum review always to take care of disruptions coming or things outside. It is expected that the faculty who is concurrent will actually be taking part. So roughly, let's say 10% of the course should be at the end be about future things coming over here, right? You can give assignments. So this is the normal way it is handled. Just one part I'll say, the ecosystem of a BTech is not alone in a university. So if you look at the IITs, there is a PhD, there's a very strong faculty research component dealing with industry. You have postdocs, PhD, masters, then BTech. But if you have let's say in the private where it is very strongly just BTech oriented, this part is missing. Now that also is a very important part of the teaching of a BTech. Right. So, to answer your question, yes.
You keep a 10%,
so typically
headroom for the innovation is always part of it.
So if you look at the course curriculum for a typical course, the last future direction, there'll be a few courses always kept for that. So I'll just limit myself, then we'll come back later.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Professor Dr. Mani Kumar, what is the story of BML Munjal University when it comes to relooking at your curriculum and revisiting it, making it more attuned to the outside world?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think it's a pleasure being in this august company and also the audience which we have. And I see there are a lot of students here, which makes it all the more exciting to, kind of look at this in a very different way, I think. So I'll take up the real topic which you brought in here, and it has a very important component which is called agility. And I think we want to be agile ourselves. If we look at that, when I think we want our students to be agile as well. And I think the curriculum should reflect that. Now, is it reflecting that or not? We need to understand first what agility is all about. Now, I looked at the definition and I also looked at what agility is all about. It brought in three very important components in it. So the first thing which brought in was flexibility, which is very important. Second thing it talks of is collaboration. And the third thing which it talks of is speed. So if I just look at that aspect, what do we want our students to be, as they move out? We want them to be agile. We want them to be flexible. Now, if that has to happen, they have to be flexible in the way they work in different environments. They just have to first appreciate the problem which is upfront, and then they are ready to find solutions to that problem or not. So they have to be flexible. The problems will not be only engineering problems. So there'll be problems which will be social problems. So they'll have to find solutions to those problems. That's one. Second, it's not about working in silos anymore. I think that was brought up very nicely by the professor as well, that you just can't have a civil engineering degree and say, oh, I am done and I can just work in that particular space. You have to be very interdisciplinary in the way you also study. So the teamwork and collaboration is absolutely important in today's scenario. And I think that is what the curriculum also has to reflect big time. And speed, the way the technology is changing, is the curriculum also adapting to that with that particular speed or not, is the next important thing. And at the university where we're kind of balancing it in a very nice way. So where we start initiating our students to the joy of engineering right from the very first semester itself, where we expect them to first identify problems, work in teams and try to find solutions which are very relevant solutions to those problems. And they kind of take that coursework in that very little sense as well, while appreciating the problem in hand as well. So that's what we're trying to do. We have brought in that flexibility for the students to not only just go in depth into a particular course, but also to see how wider they can. So that advantage comes from the different schools which we have. We have a school of management on campus. We have a school of liberal studies on campus, and we also have a school of law. So there are multiple minors, like you said. Now it's easy to do for us, like you said. Now we can always bring on those minors very nicely into that curriculum where the students not just only go into depth of AI and ML, but also kind of go into that space where studying those minors as well. So that flexibility and the kind of collaboration which is needed and how speedily we can change the curriculum is very much existent. And we're trying to pass on those skills as well to the students in the right way. And that's what we're trying to do at the university through that particular initiative.
Absolutely wonderful. I think especially I like when you said the joy of engineering, how you unleash it, to students and make them really immersive, make it immersive for them. Professor Thomas, you did briefly mention about speaking to external stakeholders where, looking at the curricula. But tell me, how do you gather feedback from industry stakeholders? And is there any example wherein they suggested some change and you implemented?
Generally, there are two ways in which we do. One is, in our board of studies in each department, 2 industry members are mandatory. So whenever we do any meetings regarding curriculum or, generally any academic discussions, we have industry as part of it. So they bring in lot of information, insights into what is actually happening. And this is there in each department. So we get inputs directly from industry. So they can influence the curriculum development as such. And the second way we do is through our placement office. So any company which comes for recruitment, and in engineering, we have very good companies coming in. So the faculty coordinator or even sometimes the dean, we make sure that we interact with the representatives who come from the industry who have already interviewed our students, and they give excellent feedback as to what else is to be taught or what else is to be included. For example, we have a program, MTech in Control and Instrumentation. So the Siemens they want students for 6-month internship or 1-year internship. So after the interview, they said, ma'am, it would be good if you can, although it's control and instrumentation, why don't you introduce a course on power electronics? So it's very easily done. So these 2 methods, and of course our alumni. that's a third channel,
Do
who
they
are working.
actively participate in
yes.
these conversations?
Yes, they do actively, and we some of our board of studies representatives could be our alumni, so that they take more interest. So these three are our channels, and it's working very well.
Dr. Tuli, how do you do the industry exposure and assimilate the learnings from them? What approach do you follow?
Okay, so there are three parts to it. One is the knowledge or the content, right? So whether it comes from industry or it comes from research or it comes from other fields, that's one. The second part are tools. See, I think let me just preface it. People forget that engineering is a professional degree. You have medicine, right? So I think a lot, and we seem to mix up a bachelor's degree. Professional degrees are very different than the non-professional degrees. And therefore, apart from the knowledge, there has to be a lot of tools. Whatever tools doesn't mean simply the machine tools, or tools. Engineers work with tools, and then skills evolve over time based on these things. So whether you say work with industry, whether you say work with academia, it's this, you have to have these three things: content, tools, and skills. Unfortunately, in the country, we've not had that. So that's the reason why we have a lack of core. We keep saying core engineering, which I sometimes feel is very funny, because engineering is core at the core, right? And you say it's core. So we've not had good industry, strong industry, because there's never been we've had this debate of academia industry collaboration for ages. 34 years I've seen it from so many sides over here. You can't just wish it comes over here. So now the time has come, and India's sort of missed many revolutions over here. But now the time has come that we realize, and I just want to focus. The reason I chose this panel of agility was, you have to be much more agile now. That was the reason I said I want to sit for this panel. If you need to fuse these three things, then there is no industry, there is no academia, there is no entrepreneurship. You have to go back to basics. And for me, I think AI and all these things coming now together means what it was maybe 40 years back. Rangan mentioned in the morning about multidisciplinarity of engineering. You don't start by saying I'm a civil engineer. So, this debate about having BTech in AI, BTech in this, again, this is a bachelor's professional degree, right? You don't start by making it a master's and so on. So what is it you have to do over here? You have to now reframe and say that for the future generation, what is important are fundamentals and basics. It will not come from generative AI. It will not come from any tool. It will not come from any skills. You have to be strong in your fundamentals. So if you look at this scenario, for me, the first year is going to become very critical. You're coming from school, you have to go to industry or wherever. The make or break time is your first year, right? In the first year, you have to involve all these stakeholders, your content, skills, tools. Industry is a part. If you excite the class, we see disinterest of the class, attendance issues, cheating, plagiarism, all these are merely symptoms that you're not connecting, right? So how do you connect? If you bring real life industry to class, I'm not saying bring them as professors of practice, don't do that. Problems. If you say to the first year, we talked about, so this is the joy of engineering, introduction to engineering. These are courses which were built in initially to see that it's, the engineering is multidisciplinary. And secondly, most important was to show that engineers solve problems. If you're sitting in this hall, everything over here is engineering based. The materials, the lighting, the sound system, the way it's designed. So these skills like design now separately is talked about a skill. It's a separate skill. Materials are important. How can you say to an engineer, even in computer science, that he doesn't know about materials? So, these are things you should come back and say that the first year now is the core.
Make or break.
Make or break, and then carry forward to second, third, fourth years.
I think you really explained it so well. I think it solves a fundamental problem. I think when you set the tone in first year, the disconnect, if there's disconnect, of course, they won't enjoy, they won't come. they have to be pursued for attendance. I think you really,
There used to be a 5-year degree and then it became a 4-year degree. And then in 4 years, we didn't know what to do, how to put the curriculum. But the question which 5 and 4 made a break was that the first year always used to be common. I think that has been the critical part which we have missed and we are getting that.
from the student point of view, it's like a fun year, you know, you just can just, yeah. No, no, for the others, they want to just party, maybe not attend, you know, the other way around. Wonderful. Professor Kumar, what are the best ways to get best practices to get industry feedback incorporated in your curricula? What would be your suggestion? A lot of teachers here, even people watching us online, what would you like to say?
I think quite a few points have already been very nicely put across, by the two panelists. But I think more so, I'll just go back to what Professor Tuli was saying here, just drive home that point and then come back to that again. I think it's absolutely important that this whole orientation of the students, even before they join the engineering program, is absolutely important. And I think that is one point which we are thoroughly missing. That at the school level, I don't know whether we're really able to counsel the students very well, that what is it that they're going to get into once they get into an engineering institution, or for that matter, a medical institution, or for that matter, any professional course where they want to get into. So I think that is one space which is still very untouched. I don't know, but maybe that is one space where we need to get strongly into and kind of set the aspirations right for them before they join the program. And right on the money, I think first year, we kind of missed out that bus big time, but I think we are going to come back to that, and we have come back very strongly. First year has to be common. And I'll tell you a very interesting example. What happened last year, we kind of made that common for all students. And at the end of the first year, quite a few students, right in the middle of the first year, many a student came back and said, so I think mechanical engineering is more interesting. So I would like to shift from computer science to mechanical engineering. And that was something which was very heartening to see, because I'm not talking of core as such, but then obviously the CME is kind of getting a little hit because of one thing or the other. But that is what we saw as a very positive impact of the students being exposed to the other engineering professions, or programs, got them interested to shift to that particular space. Now, that's very, very important. Coming back to what you said, I think I absolutely agree. Having the industry professors to come and teach in the classroom has absolutely very important impact. Having them on the board of studies and the academic councils have an impact for sure. They bring in a lot of perspectives, but what we expect from them is to spend more time. And I think that is where probably, if need be, that is what we are trying to do at the university. We are going to them rather than inviting them to come to us. And I was at I've been privy and I've been attending quite a few of conclaves which the industries are putting up across, specifically with academia. So just to give an example, I was with Deloitte on a Deloitte symposium. They organized over 2 days at a particular space, and kind of majority of the academia were there. And they brought in some very interesting perspectives to us from the industry side, although we'll have to debate and work on that. That's a different matter altogether. But that was very interesting. They said, now we don't have any jobs. We're not offering any jobs to these students who are coming in. We are offering careers. Now, there's a lot of change which has happened with the way the industry is thinking upfront. They're not talking about that we want a student to code anymore. They want a student or a student who joins them after the degree to ask questions. I don't think are we teaching that in our universities is another matter which we need to discuss. Now, we talked about ChatGPT. Now, ChatGPT is a fantastic tool, but do we have the wherewithal to ask the right question to the ChatGPT to get the answer which we're looking for? I think that's where another interesting engineering is coming up, is called prompt engineering. Right. So I think it's all about skills. It's changing, and we have to kind of imbibe that into our faculty as well, where if need be, probably our faculty also needs to be much exposed to the industry workspace rather than just only exposing the students to that workspace. I think that is another space which is very uncharted. And I'm pretty sure if some industry is sitting here, maybe the next conclave, we can have industry representatives also there and they can listen to this conversation. They probably would understand more in that sense, that that space also needs to come a few steps ahead to kind of close that gap which still exists. And maybe we may not have any unemployable people, if we're able to fill that gap. So that is what I thought.
I won't wait for it. I'll ask that question right away. In fact, that's my next question. Professor Thomas, one thing I have observed personally is, not just engineering, take any subject or any domain, faculty. So people are just thrown, students are thrown into the hardcore learning of it, and they don't really, the counseling part is missed out. And when they emerge, they're confused. They don't know where to go, you know. Uh, do you tackle this problem? I mean, are you actively working towards this problem? And second is, it's not about the agility of the curriculum and the industry and the students. Of course, those who teach it, are they agile enough? Are you investing on that front?
Thank you. I teach a final year class, electrical, this semester. And the first thing, the first class I ask them is their name, where are they from, and what are their aspirations? What do you want to do in life? And I'm sorry to say, even in final year, they're not clear. Majority of them are not clear what they want to do, which is disturbing. So I can pass it saying that they are the COVID batch because they started engineering during COVID times. They are graduating this year. But then how we are addressing it is, first year now we have, when they join, we have a 3 to 4 week long orientation program where we bring in 3 weeks is mandated by AICT, but we make sure that we do that 3 weeks. And that's very, very important. Exactly what you talked about, to orient the students towards engineering. And what are the prospects? So we just concluded our orientation on Saturday. So we bring in, first of all, we tell them what is in store for them in different branches. And also we bring in lot of alumni. And, who are in diverse fields. Like we brought IAS, IPS to engineering services to, core engineering or management. So that they know that, okay, these are my possibilities. And of course, those who have done higher studies, they're professors, so that they get oriented. And generally I've seen students will come in with some perspective that I want to do this, but then over the years, they completely change into something else. But at least by the end of the third year or by the beginning of seventh semester, they should decide what they want to do. And the thing is, nowadays, so much of competition, you cannot just hang on to one thing. They should have an alternative. Right. So this is how we are trying to now bring in that, they should dream of something, then only they can work towards
You're
it.
helping them. And what about the faculty part of it? Yeah.
So as I said earlier, to change the curriculum, to bring down changes in the curriculum, the most difficult part was convincing the faculty. Because, we have young and old who have taught for 30 years, 40 years, and young people who have just been brought in. So it's a diverse group of faculty. And unfortunately, for a college educator, there is no formal training. Like to teach in a school, you need to have a B.Ed. But in college, just after your degree, B.Tech or M.Tech, you are, thrown into the sea. So there is a need for training in all aspects. Some of them don't even know the pedagogical methods they can use. They don't take the student feedback seriously. I have been teaching for more than 30 years, but still I get a lot of inputs from my current students how to improve as a teacher. So that lifelong commitment comes in. I tell a good teacher is made by good students. If you have good students who will ask questions, you make a good teacher. So there is a need to train teachers because the mindset, it's very difficult to change of somebody who has been there in the system for a long time, but somewhere we need to change. And also, like Professor Rangan said, and many of us will agree, a class, we can bring back the excitement by the teacher. For example, I teach smart grid technology. I'm a automation engineer, power system. So when you talk about practical things, I make sure that every class, one student should talk about something.
Yeah. Okay.
Should talk about something which is happening real in the world. For example, reduction of electricity losses, less power cuts. So they get interested, how did it happen? That's basically you have to automate.
Right. Sorry, in the interest of time, I have
Yeah,
to just
sorry.
get two more. No, but really, really insightful, and the way you explained it. Dr. Tully, coming to the faculty part of it, the reverse side, the other side of the coin, where you have to also be agile. How do you, approach that part where your faculty is forced to be agile as well?
Okay, so there was a time when the first engineering professors for us in the ITs, they used to be physics professors, right? There were no engineers who used to teach. So that was one time when engineers came into teaching. The second part now takes place where most of the professors produced have no industry background. They are coming with PhDs which are based on research, journal publications, but there is no connect. So your question is, with an input like this, how is the output students going to be industry connected? And you have to break the lock. And this is why exactly conversations of industry academy have taken place without any fruit. So how do you do it is, you have to reskill the faculty. So we start by making policies. For example, sabbaticals or 3-month leaves are not only encouraged, you should have to make mandatory and say, please go and work with your core engineering sector, right? That's the only way you'll have to break this logjam. Second, while projects, again, the research R&D budgets is more from the government through DSTs and so on. But as long as the industry does not come into giving and, so we'll talk about partnerships separately, but, the industry has to connect with, with faculty over here in terms of giving the. Third thing I'll just want to mention is there was a time when engineering institutes were geographically based. You looked at your local problems. That time has now gone. Everything is global. So I don't think we need to revisit that model of geographical connect between industries around it. But at the same time, the way we have been affected by COVID has really shown us that, it's a connected world.
This is part of tech, yes.
Okay, but okay, I'll stop. Sorry, I didn't. But I think the point is that everything is globally connected, and one point which you have to bring into engineering curriculum is about sustainability. You can't just talk about sustainability as words. For engineers, it means something. You have to make this as part of your curriculum. Right. Industry.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Final comment, Dr. Kumar. How do you, what is your brief to your faculty to make themselves updated? What's happening outside? Do you actively hold workshops? Do you force them to kind of, take on the industry courses? How does it work at your end?
I think it's not about the force at all. Absolutely.
No,
That's a given.
better word is like, how do you?
No, I think I agree with you. I think it's very important that they start appreciating the whole importance of being in the classroom, because I think we already very much know that the students come to the class with a lot of information which they have, which probably was not available when we were studying. And I think the first change which every faculty member has to look forward to and understand is that they are now going to be facilitators rather than somebody who could be a sage on the stage. So that is one change which is absolutely important. I think we understood it very nicely. But I think more importantly, what we are trying to do, I'll just put in, maybe take a minute or maybe less than that just to drive on that point. We're trying to get the faculty closer to the industry for sure. See, we come with a backing of a group which is very strong in manufacturing and is diversifying into many fields. And I think they are coming forward as well to see to it that if we want the faculty to be there in the industry and understand and maybe learn new technologies or new changes which are happening, we are going to get into that particular space for sure. We are already starting that. We are inviting them to come to the campus. And more so what we're also trying to see is that we're also trying to make them appreciate that our faculty has done research. Now, that's a very, very important component to even do industrial research because they understand the way it is done. And if they can be invited to the industry, shown across, and if they identify certain issues and problems which are there, the industry should be ready to come up and have that faith in the faculty to find solutions to that problem. I think if that starts to happen, right, where the industry, because if you look at the systems across, I think it's majority of the projects which the faculty gets is from the industry and it's not from the government, like the change which is here. And if we look at it, 95% of the funding which is available is actually available from the UGC or DST and the DBTs, where once again it is kind of distributed to the elite institutions. So I think if the industry and the academy start to appreciate the importance of each other in the space where the problems can be identified and solutions can be found out, I think that'll bring a lot of constructivity into the way the teaching happens in the classroom. And the students can be involved in that as well.
Wonderful.
So that is something which we're trying to do. And let's see how it bears the fruits. But that's what I thought I'll share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, I always think the panel has a fourth panelist, the audience, but I'm sorry I can't take questions at this stage. But I really thank you for sharing your inputs from really addressing the root of the problem, which is starts with the connect, the conditioning, the orientation, to industry, engaging with the industry stakeholders, looking within. I think all these points are very relevant to this. And I hope we had more time, but we'll definitely have more conversation on this. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And I promise you that that buzzer wasn't at all. No, that's just smart talk, Rohil, but I promise you. उसकी आवाज थोड़ी कम कर लो दोस्त. वो डरा ज्यादा देता है. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, we shall move ahead with our next panel discussion, which is on tackling the faculty crunch, recruiting and retaining top talent. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome once again Mini Ji, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Jamia Millia Islamia. Joining her is Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Dean, School of Computer Science, Engineering and Technology, Bennett University. Joining them is Professor Dr. Rajiv Tiwari, Dean, School of Computer Science and Engineering, IILM. Joining them virtually is Shalini Gupta, former Vice Chancellor, Desh Bhagat University. And this session will again be moderated by Rohel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Let's please welcome everybody to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, this is chapter 2 of my moderation. And I think the topic is, it kind of seamlessly blends into something which we discussed, and very important part of it, the faculty crunch, recruiting and retaining top talent. I think one of the bigger challenges is, as we also discussed, that, a lot of faculty comes from, like they are doctorates, so they complete their doctorate and they just join, and without any formal training. This is the trend. Of course, you have industry veterans also, but does it really work? That is the main issue. Let me start with you, Dr. Thomas, once again. Is there really a crunch in the engineering teaching side? If there are challenges, what are those big challenges that you have seen on a practical level?
Thank you once again. In olden days, I mean, when I was young and a BTech student, I wanted to be a teacher, an engineering teacher, and I was the topper of the university. Kerala University. I was the gold medalist. And during that era, many of the toppers, they went to teaching. They opted for teaching. But now, if I go to a class of 100 and ask how many of you want to teach, I may find none or maybe one. So this clearly shows the crunch in faculty, especially in engineering, where there is a problem. So it is real, and I'm sorry to say, the faculty we recruit, see, elite institutions may not have a problem because their students go abroad or go acquire a degree and come back. But then when you talk about tier 2 and tier 3 institutions, who are the teachers? It's a big question. Are they qualified? I mean, they are qualified, but then are they real teachers? Are they coming to teaching out of passion, or they are coming as a job seeker? They just want to earn some money. That's the trend I have seen over the years. So there is a crunch. There is a problem everywhere. In elite institutions, 40%, in today's newspaper also, 40%, 50% faculty positions are vacant. So there is a real crunch.
Can I request people at the panel to please speak softly? We can hear them very clearly here. Dr. Bansal, attracting top talent, okay, remains a challenge. What strategies do you adopt that, your faculty is in tune with what's happening in the industry and they are really relevant? They are not just qualified, but convincing and relevant.
It's a very important question and very important topic you have kept. How to retain the best talent? See, for retaining the best talent, you have to be the best university. You must have the best infrastructure, flexibility. Even in Bennett, if you see, from the day it has incepted and the way, from the day one when we recruited the faculty, till now there is no biometric. Not having biometric, that means a lot of flexibility, autonomy we have given to our faculty. And by giving these kind of faculty, we could retain the best talent. Otherwise, if you see in India, there are 1,000+ university and colleges. Everybody has started. They are always ready to put cost on the infrastructure, but they think 10 times when they're going to hire faculty. When it comes to increment, they're not interested to give increment. When it comes to salary, they're not in a position to give the best salary. And in Bennett, by giving the best infrastructure, best flexibility, even now in computer science, I have hired 300 faculties. And I have closed recruitment because I have got faculty more than what I require by giving average 12 hours load. That means there is no crunch of faculty. Best faculty always look for best environment, best culture, and that is what everybody wants to go to government, because there are a lot of safety, security, flexibility, and they want to see their career growth. Let's say if I have hired the best talent, they are looking for an opportunity where they'll be giving freedom, they'll be given respect, and regular increments are there. So even in Bennett, what I have seen as a best practices where there's no time, you have 12 hours load, you can come anytime, go anytime. And with that, we have seen iteration rates are very, very low. And faculty from all over India, they are always interested to come to Bennett. Only reason because there is a lot of autonomy, respect and regard which has been given. And with that, I'm sure if these kind of strategy will be followed, we can always hire, recruit the best faculty. And even now we are getting faculty from outside country also, because we want to give them the best education, not nationally, internationally. And those international faculty who are well qualified, they are also not interested that they should come at 9 and go at 6. And I've seen in many universities where faculty is free after 5, but still, they are just standing in front of biometric machine that it should become 6. If it is 5:45, they're going to get half day. So these are the policy which we feel there has to be a full respect to the faculty. And if it is not in those kind of institutions, always there will be a crunch.
I think also, I mean, culturally speaking, I think the way we have always portrayed the faculty is somebody very strict, not flexible, you know. I think that also is changing with times, right? I think the faculty is supposed to be flexible, open,
Yeah,
accommodating, right?
see, faculties are always flexible. It is give and take. If I say you come from Monday to Friday, 9 to 6, then you call them on Saturday, they may not be interested because one side you are very strict, other side you want flexibility. So it is vice versa. If you give them flexibility and if you ask them to come on Saturday, Sunday sometime, if there is, let's say, there is some workshop, there is some faculty development, there are some value-added courses which we are running, as you rightly said, there are a lot of training required by the faculty by which students can be industry ready. We have done on Saturday and Sunday, and faculty voluntary, they have taken those kind of tasks because through flexibility, they are in a position to manage their personal and professional. So it is doable.
Right. I'll come to you, Dr. Gupta, after some time. Let me go to Dr. Tiwari here, you know. I think in a country with a population of India, you know, I don't think crunch would really be there. You know, it's more of maybe, are you qualified enough? Are you having the right skills to teach? You know, Dr. Tiwari, what is your experience of the faculty that is available? I mean, do their skill sets mean that there is crunch, or they can be molded into a good faculty if you provide the right cultural environment to them? What is your observation of that?
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here, firstly. And the discussion previous to this also and this one also, that it really mapped onto the real challenges that we are facing right now into the industry. Faculty crunch, what I feel nowadays, the dynamics of the industry has been changing from traditional teaching towards the facilitator side. From the previous session, we heard that word facilitator. I used to say that in the terms of enablers. So we are not only the faculties are not only to depart or cater the information or give that information, disseminate that information or knowledge. Rather, it's more than that now. Connecting with students, putting them into the right perspective to the industry orientation side, what's going, what at what pace industry is working, they should know that part in their classrooms. Then there are so much social pressures also, how to mentor that. So this is not a single facet kind of role. So in that sense, if I see, as per my working experience of last 2 decades, the role has been changed very drastically. To fulfill the requirements, you can fulfill, as we heard previously also, we can fulfill the requirements, but having the right set of attributes into the faculty and having them into the pool, that's a challenge. So there I can see that there is a crunch, first thing. Then second thing, we should understand that the mindset of the organizations, they should be coming up with this mindset. Okay, you have got the best talent from some tier 1 organizations, but they were the research scholars, they have done some PhDs, they have done some previous teachings, but the dynamics of every organization is being changed. So organization, management, and leadership has to come up with such kind of enabling the things which are required, which will be useful for their working. There, the dissemination, trainings, and imparting them the right skill set which is required, that need to be given to these kind of candidates. So I can see that the change happens with time. That may take some time also. So due to which thing these faculties have become very good assets for the organizations, and we want to keep them with us. And that change just generally takes 3 to 5 years time, and we try to give them that kind of trainings, and we see that change happens with time because they also goes from their job to a career path, and that takes time. And I can see that change happening from my last 2 decades.
Wonderful. Let me go to Dr. Gupta at this moment. You know, Dr. Gupta, the the faculty that teaches engineering, of course, and if you see their counterparts in the industry outside, I think they get paid even more than that, you know. So in that scenario, when they have a chance to go in the industry, why should they come to teaching? First of all, how do you really entice these people to not go for a big tech company, but to work with them? I mean, what are the bigger challenges practically there? Just want to understand from you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. In fact, yes, there is a challenge, but when I talk about tier 2 and tier 3 companies and cities, The girls, basically, women part, they would like to go in teaching because some people are passionate, but some it is the convenience part. They want to go in teaching, but at the same time, when they are in teaching without any industry background, we have to take them towards the faculty development programs. As Dr. Thomas was talking about, that there is no particular teaching skills given to the faculty members. So in that case, we as tier two, since I'm from tier two or tier three city, Madhya near Chandigarh, so we have to focus on that. Yes, the BTech graduates, the MTech people, they would like to go in the industry, but there are people because of certain their constraints or passion, they go back to teaching. Some go back for the there are career progressions. They go outside as well, but the people who are interested in teaching can be taken into teaching with good skills, with the industry updates, with the faculty development programs. So there is a challenge, but I won't say that this is such a big challenge. Maybe in tier one cities, because of the easy availability of the corporate sector within the system, maybe if we talk about NCR, it is quite easy. But a person from Mandi Govindgarh, Khanna, or I'm talking about my side, they people moving to Delhi, it's a big stuff. Chandigarh, it is done. There is a industrial focal points are there and industrial hubs are there, but still, we don't find it this much difficult actually. So we don't take it as a challenge. Challenge is keeping the faculty as faculty with good mindset, teaching mindset, and developing them towards that. That may be a challenge which has to be taken up.
I want to come, Dr. Bansal. I'll start with you here. My second question, which is maybe this is an oversimplified way of looking at things, but isn't the money part the differentiator here? For example, if you make the industry counterparts, they're earning more than the faculty. If you put it the other way around, do you think that is going to address the talent crunch? I'm just trying to understand from you.
Even nowadays, if you see in academics also, salaries are very good. With seventh pay, you'll find salaries are at par with industry. Even in industry, we are getting a lot of call from industry persons. They want to join academia because there are a lot of flexibility, autonomy, respect, regard has been given, which they are still finding very difficult to get into industry. Let's say industry give them 20%, 30% extra, but still they are finding very difficult to manage their personal and professional life. And they always feel that there could be an option if they can get with industry background, they can come in academia. So now it has been changed because as a private university, we are fixing our fees. With that, we can always pay better salary. There are always margin to give that salary. So I'm sure with that, even we can attract. And now recently new option has been given, which is professor of practice, which we are also practicing in Bennett now, where 10 to 20% curriculum we are asking industry person to teach. And that always help, as Madam has told, that these faculties are not industry oriented. Let's say I have hired faculty, almost 90% are from IITs, top researchers, but still they have to teach what exactly required by the industry. They have to make students industry ready. So what we have done by getting industry as a part of our teaching pedagogy, it always help faculty to interact with them, understand what exactly their expectations are there. And with that, we have seen it has really helped faculty also to understand what is there in industry. And parallelly, if you see, there are an option of value-added course which has been given. Even there is a marks which has been given even in NAC also, where we can teach courses which are not part of curriculum also. Let's say there are a lot of company nowadays coming. Last semester, I got call from ServiceNow, Dr. Bansal, we need so many persons who are trained in ServiceNow, but there is no college who is teaching ServiceNow. So we said, okay, fine. If you need that, you let me know what is that process. So they have come, they have trained the trainer. And with that, with these trainers, we have trained hundreds of students and they're getting average salary of 34 lakhs plus. So that means there are options, there are windows by which we have to plug our curriculum and see how those kind of flexibility has been given. If we are not in a position to hire all industry persons, their involvement, as she rightly said, we are already taking their feedbacks in our curriculum and trying to see what industry aspects students should prepare according to that requirement and they should be made industry ready. Apart from this, There are a lot of online modes are available nowadays. Let's say we have Coursera licenses. In Bennett, I have taken 1,000+ Coursera licenses for which I am putting 70-80 lakh rupees per annum. And these licenses are for faculty also, for students also, where they are going and doing extra courses, which are not only being taught by Indian faculty, faculty from outside India, who more than 5, 6, 7 decades they are into teaching, were top ranked universities. So these kind of environment which we are giving to the students, it's really making a big difference. And with that, we are always in a position to fulfill our objective.
Can I request some silence in the room, please? I can hear people more than I hear my, panelists here. Professor Thomas, passion we discussed in the beginning. Passion is important component of a great faculty. How what do you observe? How many people come to teach out of passion, and how many come to it because it's just one of the options they got it?
That's what precisely I was telling, that, we should start. I've been discussing with the Ministry of Education also that we should start maybe a cadre for teachers, to attract passionate people into teaching. Why not? Especially in classes when you go, because if you see NEP, NEP wants to bring back teacher as the most respected person in society, which was the case when we were young. Teachers were most respected. So that respect has to come back. Professor mentioned about the pay package. Thanks to 7th Pay Commission, it's good now. But then how do we communicate it to the students that, teaching is a good option? So wherever I go, I tell the students, whether it's a conference or a meeting or a class, I tell them become teachers, because teaching is the best profession, because you are with youngsters all the time, you are innovating all the time, and you are responsible to only to your students, nobody else, not in the industry. Like you said, many are coming back. So we need to have a concerted effort in colleges to attract more students to teaching, more graduates to teaching. So we encourage, see what is happening is in tier 2 or 3 institutions, they do a BTech. And now they want a better stamp. So they come to a tier 1 institution to do an MTech. And then they go to maybe a tier 2 institution, do an MTech, come to a tier 1 institution for a PhD. So this is how it progresses. So we need to go to class and tell them that teaching is a good profession and be passionate. And we need role models, good teacher role models, which is missing now. Especially I can talk about government institutions. The problem is once you are recruited, you're there forever. That's the basic problem. You are a good teacher or a bad teacher, you're there forever, because nobody can throw you out, which is not the case in a private institute. So we have our own limitations, constraints. We cannot be flexible because we have to be within our boundaries. So that's a big problem with faculty. Once you get in with a half an hour interview or a 20-minute interview, there for lifetime, 35 years. So somewhere it has to change. The student feedback system, which is very, very important in a US or in a foreign university, and the tenure track system, where, if you're not performing, you are out. So maybe, that, yeah. Thank you.
Even in continuation what she has said, there is a topic of a crunch. Even I can have full-time faculty, but still there is a limitation. So what we have also done, we give fellowship for full-time PhD candidates. So what I have done, I have recruited 100 full-time PhD who want to be in academics. And when they are full-time PhD students, we are giving them fellowship of, let's say, 40,000 rupees. With that, they are also taking part in teaching, but they're not going in a main class. They're just going in the lab so that they can be versed with these teaching pedagogy methods and they can be trained. And once they complete their PhD, they can be the best teacher. So that we have done. And apart from this, even in MTech, we have given a responsibility of teaching assistant to our student, which even in India, it's not so popular. If you go to outside India, students during their course are being given responsibility of teaching assistant, where they go and help teachers in their classroom, evaluation of assignments, gradings. With that, they get a lot of understanding that how this teaching works. So these are few methods also we have added to fulfill these.
I just want to bring in my panelist, Dr. Gupta here. Dr. Gupta, there's another competition which is within the engineering colleges, itself, the universe, they are headhunting amongst themselves, In this situation, even if you have the best talent, how do you retain? What are the ways you can retain your talent?
Yeah, it is a big challenge retaining the talent because it is just not only recruitment but going for retention. And retention means that we have to work on 360-degree. When we talk about 360-degree, it is not only the competitive packages, it is also a healthy ecosystem, or I would say it is all about happy campus. When we talk about happy campus, it means that my employee should be given value, recognitions. There should be certain developmental programs. And when we talk about developmental programs, it is not only technical development, which is of course required, but it has to be some, for example, leadership development programs, emotional development programs, because finally we need to work on the work-life balance as well as the emotional agility. From the last two sessions, we are working on agility part. So emotional agility of our faculty members is very important. At our university, in Deshbhagat University, this, whatever we have done, it was a 7 years long-term, long-term program wherein we worked on all these areas. And I'm very proud to say that we could retain the faculty because they would see that they are here from recruitment to retirement. And when we talk about retirement, we had their gratuity plans, we being in the private universities, self-financed universities, you see, we had their retirement plans, pension plans, reward plans. And when any of the faculties, they are constantly given the incentives, whether it is a innovation incentive or patent incentive or research incentives, or it could be, incentives for their good results. So they consider it. They are like family. It has to be a personal touch, I would say. When it is a personal touch, it becomes a family like environment where there is control as well as commitment policies going on. So retaining because it's a market driven society, market driven industry, I would say, though very noble cause where we need to be passionate about teaching, but keeping in view the market driven industry, every institution has to work on this. And we being private institutions, being more flexible, I would say, keeping in view whatever is required. So we keep changing our policies for the welfare and benefit of the people. So it is quite comfortable that we take care of our faculty well. And then another point is that we organize family programs, for example, Diwali programs for the faculty's families. So it becomes a family in total. Finally, it is the welfare program along with the cohesion in the environment, positive environment, happy environment that you are able to retain the faculty along with competitive packages.
Great. Dr. Tiwari, let me ask you a question and then bring in maybe an audience question. I think I heard some people say that the best job jo karna is teaching, work-life balance. But then some people say that this is the most hectic, in private universities, especially so hectic, you have no time left. How are you making their life easier for your faculty to really enjoy what they're doing?
Teaching for your working career, what I understood from last working experiences, it's not only teaching now. More than that, doing research, as you said, research, innovation, student engagement, it's a heavier task. Dynamics are quite heavy. So there becomes a responsibility of we people as a leadership team at ILM. Also, we do that. Try to involve them in most of your aspects. Let's understand what their perspective is, what their interest is, what interests them. I generally keep for my organization passion beyond the money also, because I am able to get the faculties, those who are a bit moderately paid, but they are aligning their passion with my organization. So they generally come and join us. If somebody is research driven, I will put them into the research shoes. Let's do things, innovate the thing, then get certain solutions for the industry as well as for the society with certain sustainable solutions. Similarly, to have them on the pool, I do try to provide them the right set of rewards and the inclusion. When I say inclusion, let them understand all the parameters, all the dynamics that are required for the organization. Let them choose and pick their own one. As professor also said, individuality has to come. So as per focused orientation for an organization, we have divided our categories. Research driven is required, industry connects are required, academic excellence is also non-negotiably it is required. So we do put our faculties onto these shoes. And when I'm able to map them up to 90 or 60, 90 or 80%, the with the growth of my school or with the growth of my organization, they stay there and they perform really well. So that kind of environment we should try to design for them. And more than that, honor, reward, inclusivity, we should put that thing. Then long-term association, we look into them. As Dr. Professor said in the previous words, gratuity is one factor. Then research rewards can be given to these people. Associates, we bring in faculty in the terms of research associates with some good research amounts. They can come, teach, get that grooming done, and can wear the right shoes which are required at the right time. Then similarly, we can say faculties who are MTechs, they can come and start their PhDs. They will be staying there. They will understand the dynamics of your organization. Then they will stay here and they will work very in a long time with you people. So that's all that crunches, and we are able to retain that faculties over here.
Okay, are there any questions? Gentlemen there, college students, can you just stand up, one of you, the one in specs, please? Yeah, you, yes, yes, yes. No, that at the back. Yes. What was the best thing you heard here? No, this is very, this is not done. You can't be chatting like that. I'm really sorry, okay? Can we have one question? Anybody who wants to ask a question here? Okay, okay. Can we get a mic?
Yeah, my question is to Professor Thomas. The question is this one. Although maybe with the new packages and all, teaching guarantees a very decent income, which we have to agree. However, we need to we have to understand that teaching requires a lot of qualities, or if we go by our scriptures, gunas, which require you to think more than money, and which require you to kind of selflessly contribute. So my question is, how do you identify such teachers during the recruitment process? And how can we incentivize such qualities over other metrics like their publications or their research credentials or even their alma mater?
Yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah. Thank you. Very, very relevant question. As the head of the institution or as a dean or a head of the department, I feel the most important task is to recruit good faculty. And it is a daunting task. It's not easy. What I did was, because we need a teacher who is good in fundamentals. So we need to test the fundamentals. And also he or she should have teaching ability. So we make it a point that, there is a seminar, there is an opportunity for the person to teach in front of the panel. So teach something basic, and from there the experts start asking questions. And at least 30 minutes, 45. So the seminar is beforehand. And in the interview also, we take at least 30 to 45 minutes. And some of us will be just watching, the person, some of us, some of the experts will be asking the fundamental questions. So it is a process, and we can get these qualities. And when you get into those, and once they are recruited, you need to really mold them. If you find there is an issue, you have to sort it out. So that is the role of the head of the department and the dean and the director or vice chancellor. If somebody makes a mistake, you have to give warning, correct them. Why you are confirming a person who is not good? In government also, you have,
So I cut it short. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there
can
are
just
ways
take a
and
quick
means.
comment.
Yeah.
Even very good, very valid question. See, somebody who did very good research may not be a very good teacher. So we always started differentiating, because if I want to be one of the best institution nationally, internationally, research is a very important parameter, which I can never neglect. Which even if you see your management, if they ask question, they'll ask how many SCF paper you have. What is your H index? Even management has understood now. So chancellor in question, they're asking what is your H index? Is your research has a social impact? So all these questions are very, very important. And with that, we have segregated these faculties so that good teacher can teach 2 hours extra with less research, and somebody who is in good research can be given less load so that they are best fit based on their passion.
Dr. Gupta, 30 seconds comment.
Yeah. In fact, the way Dr. Saab has just told, that we have to differentiate as per the capability of the faculty. Somebody is very good in teaching, but somebody has got good in innovating or patenting nowadays, or somebody can take care of the students' counseling or connectivity or mentorship well. So we give the load accordingly. And this is how faculty in toto, because every kind of faculty is required. That is the policy being adopted by we all institutions, because fundamentally they have to be teachers.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Closing comment. Yes.
Yeah. To have the right fitment, that is a main equation for the organizational growth. As you asked into this part, how do I do that stuff? Being a recruiter for my organization from last many years, I do a lot of exercise at my on end first. What are my organizational goals? And then I try to ask my candidates, like, what are your short term goals and what are your long term goals? What you are going to achieve in 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, that journey. They come up with their own interest, what they like to do in 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years. Then we introspect that, whether it is aligning to our on side and in which category it is aligning. We try to put them in that kind of shoes. So that gives us our proportionate faculties to be chosen from the available faculty pool or available candidates who can do good for good for the growth of our organization. I hope it
Wonderful.
will be helpful.
I think we got the crux is that, of course, there may be some challenges, but there is enough opportunity as well. Also depends how you recruit, what you look at them, and you need to nurture them, of course, and upgrade actively their skills, right? That's how I think these are the important points. But thank you all for joining us. We are beyond time, but thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists for being here. And thank you, Rohil, for keeping a check on the time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, we want to make sure the session keeps going on and for longer, but of course, our moderators also have to keep a check on the time. That's why they will try and cut things short. With that, let's move ahead with our next panel discussion, which is on promoting diversity in engineering education. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage Professor Dr. Rajiv Tiwari, Dean, School of Computer Science and Engineering, IILM, Dr. Mayank Garg, Professor and Director, ITES Engineering College. Joining them is Dr. Gopal Krishnan, Amrita School of Computing and Amrita School of Artificial Intelligence Principal, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Bangalore campus. And this session will be moderated by Sahil Mohan Gupta, Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage, everybody. You know, I have a personal request. जो भी stage पे आ रहा है, all our speakers who come and and bestow upon us their presence, their experience. I think their जो उनका औहदा है, जो उनका experience, wisdom है, that deserves a rounder and a much more warmer appreciation from all of you. Can we try it again? Lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sahil, I hope you've heard that buzzer. Yeah, and I surely hope you don't have to hear that again. The timer's here for you. But please, thank you.
Firstly, thanks to Ruhail and the previous panelists. A very enlightening session we have had already. But this one is all about diversity. It's a bubbling topic these days, and we have got Dr. Tiwari, Dr. Garg, and Dr. Gopal Krishnan out here. I want to just open up this panel. Let's just talk in terms of why is diversity really significant for engineers in today's global marketplace. We are in this age of generative AI and quantum computing. So many things are happening, and how are these things impacting these tech spaces?
So
Dr. Tiwari, you can
taking
start.
taking that point first. Right now, as a city on globally or globally, as a country or globally, we can see that the change of engineering is happening very fastly. Even if I take example for India itself, we are developing in the developing stage, and now we are in the developing stage at the above categories. We are at the edges of getting into the developed side. It will take, undoubtedly it's going to take some more years. So when we are into the developing stage at the upper side, then the requirements, then the solution which are required in the at the ground zero level, they have been changed. And what I feel, engineers are the problem solvers, and the problem solving that we are going to have in the hands would be quite different. That's why you can see that nowadays civil is not that kind of civil. It's something has been changed. Materials are already there, but how to enable the things, how to automate the things along with other technologies. Similarly, if you will see that healthcare has boomed up, so challenges has become different. Now if you will see mechanical, civil, they have been revamped. Devices are being designed in the mechanical assemblies, but now they need to be automated. If I say electrical systems, there we need control system which need to be designed or controlled by your computer science or computer technologies. So dynamics are changing. It's not the same as we heard from the traditional sides. Now it's being changed with more and more collaboration which are required into the diversity that is already in hands to we people. So that's why we can see that diversity has become a necessity for all of us to design certain solutions which are upfront into the era.
Dr. Garg, can you build more upon what Dr. Tiwari said?
I want to start with about the engineering disciplines. Nowadays, we want diversity, and engineering disciplines are coming to only one discipline, that is computer science. This is a first big challenge if we want to implement diversity in the engineering education. All the students, they want only computer science and engineering. It is a big problem. They are not understanding the importance of mechanical engineering. They are not understanding the importance of control systems. They are not understanding the problem of biotechnology and the biomedical instrumentation. So it is a big problem. All the students with computer science and engineering degree, they can't be sustained for long. It is not a sustainable scene that is occurring in our society, especially in India. Secondly, the students, those are coming for computer science, when we teach them first year syllabus, there is physics, chemistry, there is environment science. They think that these subjects are not for them. So some universities has changed the curriculum, and they have cut out the chemistry subject from there. But we should understand as engineer that if we do not study chemistry, we do not understand the material. We ourselves are chemistry. We all are having a chemistry component in us. So it is very important for all the students to understand we need diversity in the field of students thinking. We need diversity in the field of our teachers. The teachers, those are teaching from last 20 years, mechanical engineers, they do not understand the importance of AI and machine learning at now also. At present also, when all the things are driven by AI. Industry 4.0 is also a part of AI. So it is a big challenge for all the students, all the faculty, and all the educational institutions, academia in the field of energy engineering, that the diversity should become in our mind first. The second is the representation of girl students in engineering is a challenge. Even IITs are not having girls more than 20% in this year also. The counseling, it will not go beyond 21, 22% maximum. In IIMs also, the woman ratio is 30%. A 50% population of our India is our women, and we that represents in engineering we are getting only 20%. This is a big challenge again. This has to be addressed, and this only I want to say for this.
Dr. Gopal Krishnan, how can engineering curricula be designed to be more inclusive and appealing for a very diverse student body? And so how can we cover different fields of engineering, like Dr. Garg said?
Yeah. So one thing is, like, I think the question is more pointed towards bringing in ability diversity, because the engineers are going to solve interdisciplinary problems. So when an engineer is going to solve an interdisciplinary problem, as the IT Delhi director was pointing out, so if we are making them work in complete kind of watertight compartments in silos, like as one of my co-panelists rightly pointed out, that if I think that I'm a mechanical engineer and I don't want to learn anything about data science, then that brings a lot of difficulty. So the first point to make the curriculum is that you need to have enough interdisciplinary components in the curriculum. And I feel actually the national education policy gives us a lot of room for doing that, because you have options for giving minors and you have options for giving specializations. So you can actually, if I can do a mechanical engineering major and I can do a computer science minor, and even I can do a computer science major and a major and a physics minor. So it can not even be within the engineering disciplines, it can even go beyond the engineering discipline. And just to add to that, I also feel that it should not just restrict with respect to the engineering disciplines, because since we have these disruptive technologies like AI, ethics and other aspects become very important. So if I am developing a system like an AI system, am I considering the bias that the system can have? Am I bringing conscious efforts, whether I am going to put conscious effort to make it unbiased? So there should be cultural diversity, there should be ethnical diversity, racial diversity, and also diversity with respect to society. Are we catering to the problems of the lower strata of the society?
So, building more about on the diversity aspect of it, with regards to designing AI systems, how are we tackling this in India right now on a at a college level, at the institutes? Because this has been a huge point of contention at Silicon Valley. We've seen executives from Google raise concerns. Jeffrey Hinton, who is the godfather of AI, he left Google as well recently. So, Dr. Tiwari, if you can.
So if I have got it right, like how we are enabling this diversity at our organization.
Yes.
Okay. So as per panelist words, you have heard few things. Let me start from that point itself so that you can connect with this part. NEP we heard, diversity in traditional engineering domains we have heard. So NEP government initiative itself gives us that flexibility to provide required kind of interventions at various disciplines so that we can make our students ready toward the interest side as per the diversity required for their group, for their professional development. That is first aspect. Then second, as a university, we offer a law also, management also, liberal arts also, psychology also. What I feel, these are the traits which are required very nowadays. It has become very vital and urgent for our engineers to understand the humanity, to understand the sustainability, to understand the psychology of the human being, so that they can design some solutions which are viable enough, which are sustainable enough, which are for the humankind cause. So all has to come together. So that's another part. So how we are enabling it at our university part, we are providing them all that minors with all different schools. Schools have crafted carefully what can be given to the computer science guys. Similarly, law has had drafted their buckets, what can be given to CSE guys or engineering guys. So they have come up with their own buckets, and we have kept it open for our students. They can come and choose as per their interest and as per their professional journey they have planned for themselves. So this on not only gives them flexibility to design their degree, they also map their courses and credits as per their own professional requirements. So that is their perspective to choose or to draft their degree. But what in other side, like what we gain out of it, we gain a professional which is diverse in nature. As in the previous keynote also we heard, this entire auditorium, it's enabled from so many different perspective technologies. Electrical engineering is there, aesthetically like designing engineering is there, undoubtedly computer science is also there. So an engineer should be given that possibilities that he can inculcate all these kind of options in their own buckets to have a total problem solving approach for their careers. So that in this way we provide that flexibility for learning to our students by choosing and picking by their own interest, and that we keep in mind that what they should be given in the bucket, that should be really industry aligned so that they remain relevant towards the industry side.
Dr. Garg, building on what Dr. Tiwari just said about diversity and different kind of courses being offered by colleges, if you look at some of the Indian origin tech executives abroad, like say someone like Sundar Pichai, he worked in material science at McKinsey before he joined Google. He's got a business degree from Wharton. So there's a wide assortment of things he's done. He was obviously one of the co-inventors of Chrome, the browser. um, how do you sort of inculcate this? Like today we are talking about making semiconductors in India, AI and all of that stuff. How do you inculcate this kind of culture in your students that they can't be boxed into one fear of engineering?
AICT has itself has given some of the engineering emerging domains of engineering. AI is there, AI machine learning is there, data science is there, IoT is there, and IoT is then embedded is there, embedded systems are there, and AICT has also launched a course has given to the number of private institutions electronics in engineering in design, VLSI design and technology. So every institution, the use of semiconductors or AI. Now all the universities, I belong to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University, and they have implemented the minor degrees in AI also, in IoT also, and EV also, electrical vehicle. All the domains are there that are need of the hours. And what really about the semiconductors, that is the need. Semiconductors are used in India from the electronics itself has started. Although we are not producing the semiconductor, we are not manufacturing the semiconductors, but we were very good at backhands. Backhand front, we were very good. And but only the thing is we are not producing the semiconductors because they are very costly to establish the industry for that. Now India has come up with that, and it is the government goal to achieve that. It is very good for us, and we will, I think we will create the workforce for that. But the students, those should opt that skills, and the skills that we are providing them, that is sufficient to get a good career in semiconductor industry or in a AI industry. This government has also taken quite initiatives to get the student learn. There are multiple channels, online channels are there, NTPL courses are there, the Coursera courses are there, and other platforms are there from where the AI can be learned. All the students from either from they are from civil engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, any engineering, they can learn the AI tools and the IoT concept. IoT is very important for civil engineers also, but the students who are studying the civil engineering, they do not understand the importance of it. It's very, and the first year course of electronics engineering is sufficient for them to get the complete knowledge of IoT. They can do the projects on it. In my institution, we have an incubation center, innovation center, funded by DST, and the students from all domains are doing good projects. But the number that is those are involved in innovation is less. I want the 100% students should do that. But unfortunately, only 20-25 students are interested in innovative projects. This is the problem of the that has to be addressed at our level. As a institution, as a head of the institutions, dean of an institution, we have to address. And with the time, it will take time, but enough support government has given us to establish the innovation centers and incubation centers. The problem will be resolved in next to 4 to 5 years, I think so.
Dr. Gopalakrishnan, based on what the panelists are saying, that there are challenges related to communication and understanding on the student level. What do you think would be some of the best practices going forward, and what all the industry stakeholders can do to further promote this diversity and make people understand?
So first thing, I would say that we need to kind of make the students understand that now world is a global village. So just like the semiconductor revolution that we are talking about, it is because of the geopolitical changes that happened. So these geopolitical changes, what it makes or what it brings to what is the result is that I may be here in India, but I may be developing a solution for somebody in Japan or somebody in Australia. So I need to understand their cultural aspects. I need to understand their societal aspects. So first thing, you need to understand that as an engineer, when you are solving a problem, you are no more solving the problem for your local community, you are solving it for the global community, as one of our panelists told earlier. So that is the first point. Second point is you are not solving any problem that can be solved just using one set of skills. That is not possible. You need to bring whole lot of skills, which starts not only within engineering, it even goes beyond, because for example, if you are bringing a product, then how viable is the product? Because nobody is going to make it into a product unless it is viable. So what is your understanding about the economics of that product? And what is your understanding about the aesthetics of that product? So I may be doing a mechanical engineering, but I need to know aspects of economics. I need to know aesthetical aspects when I am designing something like an automobile. So that is a second aspect. So it not only just limits itself to the engineering disciplines, I say that it goes much beyond. And actually our curriculum, there is a provision for us to do that. So then lastly, I will again emphasize that we need to have professionals with values. So we need to kind of insist that the values should also be part of our curriculum. So we need to tell them that unless if we are training them during their engineering about the values that they need to have as professionals later, we cannot expect them to create systems which are, say, bias free, which are going to be which are going to promote equity, inclusivity, etc. So we need to bring in that aspect as well, is what I feel.
In continuation to it, I also suggest that there is a very much requirement of training the trainers first. It is very important if we are going with the emerging technologies. all the faculties we are having in our institution, they should be trained in different emerging technologies. And out of that, the multidisciplinary aspect will come out, because everybody is focusing on the multidisciplinary concept, and the students should design a product on a multidisciplinary level. We can make the group of students from mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, and computer engineering to devise a product. But if a student could think himself in different domain of engineering, then it will also make a quite change. And the faculty is the major contributor in it. If the faculties are trained in different domains of emerging areas, then only the student will start learning it. It is very important for it.
I was just getting to this point. It's open to all three of you. How can we are talking about training the faculty, but how can we address unconscious biases in the engineering faculty and staff, so that to create a more inclusive learning environment as well, because that's also a huge part of the problem.
Let me take that. So inclusivity is vital nowadays. Whatsoever we are doing, we have to include our faculty. We have to make faculty a part of it. Transparent communication, what's happening in the industry, if possible, put them in a part of industry meets also. So that's my measure. Generally, I do take for my faculties. Whenever industry people comes, they do their recruitment process. I try to get that session done for my faculty so that they can get the right feedbacks. And along with that feedbacks, they have that discussion in the sense that what's going on in the industry. So my faculty can correlate with that, what's going on to the industry. So that is the first fire to the fuel in their mind, that they have to learn something new, which is broader than their own spectrum of learning. So that is first part. Then how to enable that thing to in the faculty members. To enable that part, that they are the full-time professors. They are teaching their job is to teach, and they will spend their time from 9 to 5 to do teaching, research, and all that part. Then how to groom themselves, how to enhance their skill set. For that sake, Coursera, Infosys Springboard, there are so many portals, and I'm happy to see that last 1 year, from my organizational side, it's 250% rise in the certification done from my faculty from through these portals, which shows that the kind of emergence we have shown to them to nurture themselves beyond their portfolios of learning in the computer science. They have gone beyond it, they have understood it, and they have done very clearly in the certification side. So now I can say that my faculties, they have understood the dynamics of industry, agility that are required for the diversity in the engineering side. They have understood it. Once it will go into their mind, then they will act on to it. So my here point to say is, make them inclusion into all such sportive discussions which we are going to have that with the industry people, so that they should also feel the emergence for their career, for their right job, and for the upcoming time also. So that grid need to be designed or need to be developed within the faculty, so that they can come up with time. And I'm not afraid to say that the things which I learned at my stage of education, they are not right now. So that's emergence I felt. I groomed myself, I learned, I upgraded myself. How so? Because I came to know about the dynamics of the industries. Same thing I try to provide to my faculties, and let them take their conscious effort. I'm not behind them. They are going to upgrade them by themselves. Only doing this thing, or it has worked for me. They have learned multiple things, then they are putting that knowledge into the classrooms, which is helping my students and their placement perspectives also.
Dr. Garg, would you?
Again, it is a point of last panel at the faculty crunch, I think so. And a very good discussion was that. I want to say that it is again depend upon the self motivation of the faculty, and if the faculty is ready to take the challenge to learn new things, it will be better for them. Unfortunately, all the faculty that we recruit are not interested in this area, and it will not happen also, because if you see it is a old thought and a management point that all the faculty, all the employees of an organization are not working for the welfare of the organization. Only 20 to 30% faculty are employees are dedicated for the for an organization. So teaching, again, teach for teaching, not all the faculty would be taking the efforts. We have to motivate them, and we have regular motivation from industry persons, from the industry academia, should be called for the presentation for the faculty only, for the faculty development only. That will make the faculty, and there are also sessions, workshop sessions to experiential learning for the faculty also. Sessions for experiential learning that will help the institute in a better way.
Dr. Gopalakrishnan.
Yeah, to answer your question on unconscious bias of the faculty, I would say that something like, for example, again, I will go back to one of the points mentioned in the previous panel, the connect with the faculty and the students that happen in the very first year. Suppose if a student is coming from a particular medium of instruction, which is not English, if it is a vernacular medium, or if a student is coming from a rural area than an urban area, wherein the student is not able to communicate very freely, or coming from a different school. So whether the faculty is able to understand the problems of such students, and especially again, whether the faculty themselves are not having biases like, say, so-called core engineering is more masculine and the CS may be more feminine. So you do not like, how do you see the female students in a mechanical engineering class? So, and how do you treat them maybe in a workshop? So these are the points when we become unconsciously, we will be biased. It may not be a conscious effort from the faculty. So how to mitigate that is to develop one-on-one connect with the student and to understand their problem from the very beginning. So that's what I would say to mitigate this unconscious bias. We need to understand that we do have such biases. Just to acknowledge it is the first step. And once we acknowledge, then we need to see that we have to kind of work upon it, and then we need to remove it.
Would this also involve some retraining of the teaching staff as well? Some workshops they have to be part of?
I will say it is more than retraining. It is more about, am I understanding about my students? Like, am I able to connect with my students more than, like, as somebody pointed out beautifully, like, rather than being a sage on a stage, am I going to be one amongst them? Then can I understand their problems? Like when I teach something, do I get the feedback that whether they are really understanding? So somebody may be very good at math, but that student may not be able to communicate his answer because of his communication, lack of communication skills rather. So am I able to understand that? So it is more about, I would say it is more about commitment and focus of the faculty rather than training them. Training may help in some way, but it is more about conscious effort from the faculty.
Another area which is part of diversity only, but it's a gap, at least in India. We see a lot of these tech companies talk about accessibility, and it's actually driven a lot. Some of these features they release driven by staff that has disabilities, and how are we kind of tackling students with disabilities in context of engineering?
Unfortunately, the students coming to engineering with disability are very few. And frankly speaking, in today was the AK2 examination. Only one student I got there. He was standing there. One student was there with physical disability. So what is happening? It is not due to the institutions or due to the faculty. The participation of the student with disability is not occurring in engineering. In IITs also, the number is very less. 1 or 2 cases comes. It is not What is the reason? I don't know, but there are very less number. I got in my 18 years of career as director, I got one students whose eyes were vision was very low, and only he can view the direct vision. That case was come to me, and in that we used to give him the seat in the front of the classroom so that he can see the blackboard directly. These very few cases are there, and what is the reason behind it? I cannot say. It is not a area of my domain. I cannot say why it is happening. It may be a social problem, or it is the lack of confidence in the disabled person that whether he will be able to do it or not.
Okay, it's been a very enlightening conversation. So I'll have the last question. How can universities and institutions have international collaborations and exchange programs which can sort of contribute to more kinds of diversity, be it in terms of diverse types of courses being done by people, diverse fields of engineering, diversity in terms of inclusivity, to everyone, this one.
So exchanges, MOUs with foreign universities, that's the need of the time itself. Having that diversity that is required. Our students, they would be our alumni, they will be professional in some time, and the geographical boundaries are not the boundaries for them. They can go across globe to do any kind of professional activities they want. So benchmarking curriculum, having that MOUs with the foreign institutes, with some elite organizations, that's the need of time. We should try to provide learning options to our students, which I believe we provide that diversity to our students by making collaboration with industry, by making that collaboration with our foreign universities. Because what I have seen in last 4 5 years, even our government has also seen that part. Hybrid learning has come into the play, which is in our which is there in our country from government perspectives now, government regulations now. But outside India, it's already their business. Many of them are learning from online portals. Faculties do take class in very big pools. They conduct certain classes, they keep it open for all kind of batches, whether you have opted for it or not, you can come and attend that class. So these kind of environments we should try to provide to our students, so that they should not feel odd, or they should feel inclusive when they go outside of India, or they work anything globally. Because we know that as a as Indian competent people, we are really working very well in the outsourcing the solutions. Like as an outsourced resource, we design solution for MNCs. So that kind of culture we should also know. That kind of technology our students should also know. So that's our part to provide that inclusivity of that diversity into our curriculum and in our actions.
Actually speaking, the MOUs with foreign ministries seems to be a very good concept, but for institutions like us, it is not a factual one. The reason behind it, the students, those are coming to our colleges, are not of that level of they do not have that much of the paying capacity that we can send them to USA, Canada, or something that like that companies. I have signed a MOU with a university in Russia, but for that also, I do not, when I float the notice for that, the how many students want to go for a 2 months training or 1 month training there, I do not get any participant for it. And I need a students of 50 students for that internship. So from total students strength, we do not get that much of students. So it is a good concept, but at present in India, I am facing a problem for that. I cannot got a student of that much who can pay for that, and it is very difficult for a private institutions to pay for the students in the fees we are taking from the students. So it is very difficult for us. The concept is good, but online concept may come maybe regenerated or can be generated, or it can be effectively implemented, but again there will be some challenges about the linguistic language challenges, and the students coming to our colleges are different economical backgrounds and different English and Hindi speaking languages. It will be a challenge.
Dr. Gopalakrishnan, last final thoughts.
Yeah, just to make my response very quick, so I know that I am standing between you and lunch. So my primary response here is just add to one dimension, a different dimension to what we have been discussing. So the international collaboration that we have, we should also think of the international students coming to India and getting trained. For example, Amrita has a flagship program called Live in Labs, wherein people go to villages and learn and provide technology solutions. So many of the Ivy League university students do visit us, and they are part of that. So I say that like the international exchange also helps in that way for them to understand, for the West to understand our problems and also to provide solutions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, everyone. This has been a really insightful session. On to
Thank you so much. A picture, please. Everybody wants for them, for their views, their experience. Please, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sahil. This was your first one. I believe this was his first moderation. So congratulations to you. Yeah. Because we have educators in the audience, I always say this from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:50. It's time for lunch. Let's meet at 2:15 sharp so that we can start with our next session. Lunch is served in the back of this very hall. Thank you.
where you can think and innovate. Our world class faculty members are passionate about nurturing the next generation of thinkers and leaders. Here, learning goes beyond textbooks. It's about experiencing education hands on. Our contemporary and rigorous programs are meticulously curated to make sure you meet and exceed the industrial benchmarks. A place where diverse cultures, perspectives, and intellectual pursuits converge in the transformative power of education. Experience the difference at Alliance University.
Hello. For all our friends who are here, and if any of your colleagues or friends are outside, can you please request them to come inside ताकि हम शुरू कर सके? College buddies, where are your friends? Downstairs. They went all out only. Lunch was here in the hall. Okay, call them, call them, call them, call them. It's okay. I have to put a stop on my conversations, huh? मैं स्टेज पर हूँ, उसकी मर्यादा है. Where's your college, guys? Where's your college? Faridabad. Badhiya. And the ones in the front, they've also your same college? Other stream, that's okay. And you for a rankers or toppers? कि तुम लोग नहीं गए उनके साथ? Topper. I guess you're also college students, right? The same college? And you guys are different stream or same stream? Different. आपके सारे दोस्त यार हैं यहाँ पे? तुम पढ़ाकू वाला गैंग हो. But no good, okay. Raki, can we please request? Can we ask people to come in? Yeah, we're starting the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, while people are coming in and they are settling down, let's move ahead with the next session because you want to be on time. Can we check if Sir's joined? And he's joining us virtually. Once he does, give me a heads up. Let me see people walking in. Shweta, can you please help us in bringing our audience members inside if they're outside? Yes, Shweta, thank you. Can you ask? Okay, speakers with us virtually. Our next keynote address, it's on engineering education, how campus diversity fosters innovation and how to achieve true diversity. And to share his views on the same, joining us virtually is Professor Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. Can you please have Sir online? I'm sure Professor doesn't look like this at all. He joined, no? It's okay, it's okay. Not a problem, it's okay. Lambi saas. It's okay. No problem. After this, you have 2 more panel discussions. And with that, we shall end the 4th edition. And tomorrow, we also have an education summit along with awards, followed by the Festival of Marketing day after, which is on 29th and 30th at the Imperial. And then 31st is the healthcare conclave slash summit, followed by awards.
Welcome to Alliance University, where knowledge meets opportunities. A serene green campus with mesmerizing infrastructure where you can think and innovate. Our world-class faculty members are passionate about nurturing the next generation of thinkers and leaders. Here, learning goes beyond textbooks. It's about experiencing education hands-on. Our contemporary and rigorous programs are meticulously curated to make sure you meet and exceed the industrial benchmarks. A place where diverse cultures, perspectives, and intellectual pursuits converge in the transformative power of education. Experience the difference at Alliance University.
Hello.
To Alliance University, where knowledge meets opportunities. A serene green campus with mesmerizing infrastructure where you can think and innovate. Our world-class faculty members are passionate about nurturing the next generation of thinkers and leaders. Here, learning goes beyond textbooks. It's about experiencing education hands-on. Our contemporary and rigorous programs are meticulously curated to make sure you meet and a place where diverse cultures, in the transformative power of education. Experience the difference at Alliance University.
So both our organizing members are doing it for the first time today. And both are fighting like brother sisters. क्योंकि राखी अभी गई है. It's okay. What are we doing? Are we doing the panel or are we doing the keynote, guys? Panel, should I introduce? Rakhi, can I introduce the panel? It's okay. I shall introduce the panelists. They're all joining us virtually. And this is quite a change. Our moderators here with us. And if they've not, they will join us, but we can start with that. We shouldn't be wasting more time. We'll do the keynote. We'll first do the panel, which is engineering entrepreneurs from job seekers to job creators. This will be fun for sure. It's got business angle also to it. And joining us to share their views on the same virtually are Professor A. Tillai Rajan, Faculty, Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, Professor K. Pant, Director, IIT Roorkee, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal, Managing Director, FITT IIT Delhi, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Director, IIT Kanpur, and this session will be moderated by Rima Baduri, Editorial Lead, BW Business World. Can you please have them on the screen? Whoever has joined, it's okay. And then they can join in the middle. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes, I can.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I can see you.
Yeah,
Lovely.
this is Tilly Rajan here. I can see you too.
My father would be very happy to watch all the directors of these prestigious institutions reply to me for once. But thank you. Welcome, sir. Welcome, gentlemen. A pleasure to have all of you with us. Rima, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, dear panelists. So we are at the 4th edition of BW Engineering Excellence Conclave. And before I start off with the session, if I could request all my fellow panelists to quickly give a brief introduction in like 20 seconds. So Tillai Rajan, sir, if we could start with you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. And it's a great opportunity to be here. Pleasure to meeting you all and other fellow panel members. My name is Tillai Rajan. I'm at the Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. At IIT Madras, I also head the Center for Research on Startups and Risk Financing. I've kind of recently been involved in developing India's largest startup information platform. Thank you.
Panso?
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. I am K.K. Pant. I am Director IIT Roorkee, and before that I had been the faculty at IIT Delhi for about 24 years. And you know that thank you for inviting us for this opportunity, because this is very important and challenging task to address how to prepare the right good entrepreneurs for the nation, and that's need of the hour. Thank you.
Lovely. Agarwal, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manindra Agrawal, Director, IIT Kanpur. And prior to being director, I was a faculty professor in computer science department at IIT Kanpur.
Thank you so much. Kamakoti, sir? If you would like, can you hear me?
I think Professor Kamakoti is not here in this panel.
Yeah, he wasn't, but I think he's there. But anyhow, no worries. Okay, so our topic for the discussion is engineering entrepreneurs from job seekers to job creators. Now, as interesting as it is, education has always been at the top of the line, at the top of the game when it comes to creating employment, when it comes to creating entrepreneurs. So if I may start, again, Agarwal, so if I may start with you, do you believe that engineering education should place more emphasis on entrepreneurship than traditional job placements?
Definitely, yes. There needs to be a more focus on the entrepreneurship side. At the moment, a very large fraction of our students are going for jobs in corporate world. And we need to reorient many of their views to come up with the new ideas, develop it, and do a startup.
How would you say, what is the requirements needed to make this shift happen?
One of the key things that is required, I should say two key things, I would say. One is that an curriculum which is partly also focused on the entrepreneurship side, which means offering of courses which allow them to explore this. More interestingly, offering of courses which allow students to actually develop ideas and build prototypes in that course. In fact, we have just started a master's program in medtech with the explicit charter of doing this. And the second pillar of this initiative would be felicitation of our students who want to do a startup. There is always a pressure in the among students, their families, that okay, if they do a startup, not take up a job through the placement mechanism on campus, then 2 years down the line, if they don't succeed, then they will miss the bus of getting a job as well. So a policy, the institution needs to create a policy that allow the students to defer their placement and come back in case they don't succeed in the startup, which is quite possible, and still make use of all the facilities of the institute for placements.
Okay. So similarly, if I ask Rajan sir that, what is your thought on understanding that do we need that shift? And if yes, if we need the shift of engineering colleges making, more opportunities for entrepreneurship, putting more emphasis on entrepreneurship than the traditional job placements. What do you think, or do you, second Agarwal sir's points, or what else do you think is required to make that shift happen in today's date?
Thank you so much. So let me kind of start with my thoughts on this entrepreneurship. So if you really look at it among a large majority of students, think the people who would be pursuing entrepreneurship, I think it is actually going to be a very small percentage. Even if you really look at some of the advanced economies like the US and so on, I mean, it's a hardly 5 to 10% of from the campus. So when we really look at entrepreneurship as something starting on their own, I would not really expect a large majority of the students to actually get into entrepreneurship right after graduate from college. But what can really happen is being entrepreneurial, right? So entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial are slightly different things. So in my view, I think 100% of the students can become entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial means that the ability to be taking initiative, ability to be innovative, ability to take risk. So these are all some features that are qualities of what we call as being entrepreneurial. So today, even if students are joining established, they prefer the students to be entrepreneurial, even they are working in large organizations. So my view is that I think education should, in a way that ensure that students become entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial is one of the important, like the way students learn, I think students can also become entrepreneurial. And I think almost 100% of the students should actually become entrepreneurial. Now, what is it that can be done to make students get into entrepreneurship and also become entrepreneurial? I want to kind of look at it in two different aspects. So let me first start with entrepreneurship, because I think that is what I think is the focus of the conference today. So most of the students today who are studying in colleges, they are, I would say, coming from family backgrounds where the parents are either working for a government or private corporations or essentially in the organized sector. Okay? A large majority of them are coming from family backgrounds who don't really have any business background. So actually a lot of difficulties for first generation entrepreneur to start something on their own, right? Because there is no enough background which help him to get into the direction which university can do, because university is essentially a melting pot of minds coming from different backgrounds. What an university can do is expose them to the entrepreneurship is all about. Right? So I'm sure that today most of the institutions are having formal ways to do that. We have courses, we have institutional mechanisms such as incubators, pre-incubators, innovation labs, and so on and so forth. But apart from this very formal institutional structures that exist, I think students learn a lot through an informal way of interaction between themselves. So I think to get into entrepreneurship, many of the students would need what is called as a brush with entrepreneurship. And they should be given opportunities to interact with entrepreneurs by way of, let us say, invited lectures, by way of workshops. That can happen on a very informal basis without any proper, what I would call a very formal institution. In addition to that, the students could also be encouraged to take up some kind of roles in entrepreneurial organization, because the best way is to they first for themselves, right? One is to hear, but more importantly, they can see and experience. So they could actually be what I would say is encouraged to take up internships in maybe entrepreneurial organizations, right? Startups, SMEs, which are all essentially entrepreneurial organizations. Students actually have many levels of interns. I mean, they can do it winter internship, summer internship, and so on. But if institutions can actually encourage students to take up interns in an entrepreneurial organization, I think that would give them a very, very big exposure to what entrepreneurship is all about. And they will be able to kind of appreciate the difference in an entrepreneurial organization, appreciate the enjoyment, appreciate the difficulties in entrepreneurial setup as compared to bigger organization.
Understood.
Next comes to how can a student, yeah, sure.
Raj, I'll come back to you on this. But since you mentioned about directions, on this, I would also like to, understand Mr. Pant's view. Like, what specific role should engineering institutions play in order to, create that environment, that entrepreneurial mindset, rather, for students, and what initiatives can be taken upon that that actually is practical and that can actually be implemented?
Now you have to answer, right? Yeah. So thank you for your question. I think this is a very pertinent point when you talk about how academic institutes, right, or institutes like IIT and IT can, right, develop the skill of entrepreneurship, right, and going and seeking for the right, their own industry, rather giving the jobs to many. When you look at that, the first thing is that, right, how the curriculum should be developed, and already the National Education Policy 2020 has made it possible that most of the courses are now industrial oriented. The education system has changed. And when you look at that, the students, right, during their first year, second years, right, they have been asked to visit the industry also, nearby local industries, MSME, right? Interact with these entrepreneurs, those who have got the success. Interact with the alumni, right? Those who are already in the top positions and have their own, right, startups or own industry. That gives a kind of training, right? Because the living lab concept and more type of war rooms, right, which are through AI and ML, these kind of tools, right? This is possible. So now they have the access to all kind of tools. So in that way, when these, right, a kind of tinkering lab during their second years, the ability to think critically and a teamwork. So because that is very, very important nowadays, the branch of science and engineering where in earlier days, right, the students were looking only for the job. Now this is no more important. So a good entrepreneurship, right, should have all kind of, right, engineering skills. So how the education can become, right, can be made multidisciplinary has become a challenge. And so now all institutes almost, they have now the major degree and the minor degree. And also the projects have been assigned in such a way that now it has the through STEM, what we call science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and management, right? And that is very, very important. So a lot of these microeconomics, economics, business-oriented courses are involved in all branches of science and engineering. The risk-taking capability is, right, already has been mentioned. But a good entrepreneurship should have that ability to take risk, right? So they should be trained in such a way that the failure is not, right, it's a part of life, and from that failure how to learn the things and then come back again and bring the right, maybe with the right, stand up with more and more, right, enthusiasm. That's very, very important. So the courses, their mental, right, strength, their ability to take risks, and the lot of, right, where how to take, where from the loan will take care, how because the government has now initiated in the new budget lot of policies also, right, up to 20 lakhs the loans. The institute itself, they have lot of the incubation centers where the fundings are available. So all these things they have to learn, and that is where I think when all these things are done and the holistic development of these, right, then they can be a good entrepreneurship. At the same time, right, I will not be in favor of that when we say that the all engineers should be the entrepreneurship, there is it should be a good balance. But when you see, look at the kind of startups, so generally when the startup comes, right, all startups may not lead to success. But this is again a part of life. So I think the teamwork and their capability to take risks, and if they are succeeding, right, I think they will become the role model. That is where the all these young generation, they should look at the senior side and what kind of challenges they have faced. I think such kind of brainstorming sessions, workshops, seminars should be conducted in the institute with their alumni, right? And several other successful, right, businessmen, they should be invited. Their success stories, their failure stories, how did they struggle in the life, and then how did they become that kind of entrepreneurship, the levels where they have reached. So all these case studies should be, right, told to the student. I think then they will be success, they will be succeed in that time.
Understood. So, Pansar, you mentioned word startup that in this startup ecosystem. Agarwal sir, I would like to actually come to you on this, that, in the current startup ecosystem that we are in, how important is funding for these engineering entrepreneurs who are, planning to transition from job seekers to job creators? How difficult or how challenging is it for those students to get that funding from in the startup ecosystem?
Yeah, of course, it is challenging because, during their learning stage, they don't have any idea about the investors. They don't have the idea how to get the funds and how to apply for the loans. But that's what I told you, that with the case studies, right, they will be able to learn. And with the teamwork, also they will be able to learn. So now government has created a lot of initiatives also that, they have given the up to 20 lakhs, the opportunity. They are going to have their own startup. Even the institutes also at IIT Roorkee, like if we get the ideas and the startups are coming to some level, we pay up to 50 lakh for them, right? And we give them the time also, a semester or a year break also, where they can just take the lead and look forward for the startup, and then again come back and do their study. So I think there are a lot of now the banking finance company, those who are providing the support. So, and at the same time, because if the startup gets failure, they should have that kind of mental strength, right? This kind of failure is also part of learning, and they have to look forward, right, again with that right kind of failure and reinvest again. Because when I always tell the student, right, in first year of the startup, the business will not be profit. They have to bring a level, right, maybe up to 2 years or 3 years, it will come to a level of break-even point, and then the profit will come. So they have to keep that thing in mind, that they have to be patient, right, when they do this kind of business, because the success will take time, the profit, right, will take time to come. So for all these things, they have to be strong. The funding agencies are there. Risk-taking capabilities should be there in the business, and that is true with every business.
Understood. Agarwal sir, your thoughts on this? Actually, I wanted to ask you this, that, what challenges do you think that are there when it comes to the, startup ecosystem?
Well, there are two kinds of challenges when you talk about funding. The first one is the seed funding, when you need some money to start going. And that is not a very significant challenge today, because there are a number of schemes from the government and elsewhere that provide this nucleating grant, which makes the students start working for a couple of years. The bigger challenge comes then. So suppose the startup has started to take off, and they need to expand. And at that point, they need a funding which is of the order of a few crores, typically. Of course, this varies from domain to domain, but the ballpark figure. This is too large for any seed funding initiative to support, too small for a private investor, venture capitalist to get interested. And that is where there is a bit of a gap, and everybody has been trying to figure out a way to bridge this gap through means raise some funding from the government side, or have some private investors who are interested in taking such funding possibilities. But that remains a bit of a challenge. Once the startup grows further and has now products which has paying customers, then the venture funding round opens up, and then, of course, if they're doing well, they can raise good amount of money.
Understood. Rajan sir, coming to you on this, that, while we are talking about startups, with the rise of this new age startup that we see, what strategy should the engineering students employ in order to, not only sustain, but be there in this highly competitive market, to thrive rather in this market? what do you think what are the strategies that they should employ in order to thrive?
I think let me also kind of follow up a little bit on the funding side, because your question is very related to that. See, first of all, if you look at a startup, which is, when I say engineering, I am kind of equating it to what is called as a deep tech startups, which are substantial, innovation and technology to address a given entrepreneurial opportunity. So deep tech startups need substantial funding to start with, right? Unlike the traditional services-based startups, which can quickly generate revenues and use those revenues to be able to fuel further growth and development. In the case of a deep tech startup, the initial product development is going to take a lot of time, and it will involve substantial investment. So, and given also the fact that most of the students are not from wealthy backgrounds or business backgrounds, they will have to look at funding externally. So in this case, I think the incubators in the respective institutes, they play a very important role because this is an area where we have been researching quite a bit. And then if you kind of look at it, for startups to get funded, in today, the percentage of getting startups that are getting funded is like about 10% or so, right? Whereas an incubated startup, the likelihood of an incubated startup getting funded is 6 to 7 times higher than a startup that is not getting incubated, right? So the chances of getting funded dramatically improves once you are part of an incubator, right? And today, most of the educational institutions are having a very active incubator. And this incubator not only gives them the support, right, labs or office space or secretarial or accounting and other forms of support, it fundamentally dramatically improves the funding opportunity. Second, many of the traditional research-based funding are today encouraging product development, right? For example, the traditional DST funding, DBT funding, which are mostly for projects, they are now more favorable towards product development. So the student has a very important resource that he can access to, which are the faculty members. So many of this product development funding can actually be obtained through writing research proposals and research grants jointly with the faculty members, so that the very, very risky funding, the initial very risky part of the startup can actually be supported through some of the research funding schemes that are available from DST and DBT. So I'm not talking about the entrepreneurial grants like the Nidhi Prayas or the Nidhi Seed Fund scheme. I'm talking about purely the research proposal funding that actually happens. And once you are able to secure certain amount of research funding, then the substantial commercial funding can actually start. Either it could be government funding, angel funding, venture capital funding, and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, as you're mentioning that how can a startup survive? Because ultimately a startup is a story, and for the story to kind of come out, they need to be able to survive. And for them to survive, it is important that they manage their resources in a very, very judicious manner, right? So my advice to entrepreneurs would be to kind of do what is called as practice frugality, right? I think today frugality is considered to be one of the essential elements for successful entrepreneurship. Most of the entrepreneurs tend to kind of burn a lot of cash initially without making adequate progress on the product development side. Frugality ensures that product development and cash burn happens side by side, right? And so it's very important entrepreneurs understand the importance of frugality. Entrepreneurs also, many of the entrepreneurs in science and technology backgrounds don't really have the exposure to financial management, right? Financial management with respect to cash flows, sources of capital, and so on. I think they should understand the importance of financial management. They can be technocrats, no doubt, but then when they jump into entrepreneurship, it is important that they also understand very prudent fiscal management. So these are the skills that they need to develop so that they are able to sustain their venture for some time, so that the market can then decide, whether it has potential or not potential. The infant mortality, that is, before even the green shoots coming up, and if the business collapses before that happens, then it is a tragedy. I'm sure incubators are today doing their level best to ensure that the startups are able to survive for some time, and then decide whether they're going to be sustainable in the long run or not.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the fellow panelists. I would have asked more questions. I definitely had, but the time shows it's up. So thank you so much, all of you, to take your time out and be a part of the conclave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, your lovely audience. We can have a clap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for giving us your time. Also, thank you so much, Rima, for doing that. Once for Rima, please. I personally believe more than the moderation, standing for half an hour is tough for anybody. Of course, in heels. That had to be plugged in as well. But thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. Moving ahead with the last panel discussion for the day. This is on aligning engineering education with industry needs. Insights for HRs and CHROs. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome Manoj Kumar Pandey, Director, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Meeta Brahma, HR Head, NIIT Limited. Joining them is Saurabh Deep Singla, Chief HR Officer, Upgrade. Joining them is Dr. Gopal Krishnan, Principal, Amrita School of Computing and Amrita School of Artificial Intelligence, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Bangalore campus. And this one will be moderated by Savi Khanna, serious or senior, also serious correspondent, BW People, BW Business World. And before we invite them, let's please have the stage set up as well. Aye. Mayank, is any of our members joining us virtually? No, all are here. Lovely. Please. After that, we shall once again try for the keynote address. Savi, you would have to be on the podium. And as I mentioned before, tomorrow we have the Education Summit here in this very hall. And then 29th and 30th, we have the Festival of Marketing at the Imperial. And on 31st, we have the Healthcare Summit, which is happening in that hotel as well. Thank you. And can we now welcome all our panelists together on the stage, please? Okay. I understand this is the dark hour, the hour after lunch. लेकिन हम बदतमीज हैं, हम फिर से कोशिश करेंगे. Can you please welcome them again with the warmer, louder approach? Lovely. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, and a very warm welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for taking out time and being here with us. Well, Dr. Gopal Krishnan couldn't be here with us. He had to be somewhere, so he had to leave early. Before getting into the conversation, let's start with a quick round of introductions, a little bit about what you do and about your organization, university, schools. We'll start from that side.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for inviting me to the session. My name is Rakesh Seth. I've been in the corporate sector for almost 40 years. My last assignment was the Group CHRO for the Lloyds. And currently, I do advise companies in the domain of hiring and also, development of GETs and also, where the engineering education is moving. And in addition, I've been a visiting faculty for almost like 3 decades, teach HR and general management courses at various B schools in India.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Dr. Brahma?
Hello, I'm Meeta Brahma. I look after HR in NIIT. And NIIT has been pretty much a pioneer in technology education for about 43 years. And our vision is to help every Indian realize their potential. And we're focused on technology education for that. So I'm particularly happy to be here addressing all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey. I am Director of Engineering and Technology, MIT University, Uttar Pradesh. MIT Group of Institution is having the 12 universities across the country and 17 campuses outside India. We are here to impart the quality education to all the students. And thank you very much for inviting a very important session on aligning the engineering education for industry needs. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Saurabh Singla. I'm the CHRO for Upgrad Global, and very happy to be here in this forum. Very relevant topic and very happy to be the fellow panelists. I've been a part of the startup ecosystem for almost about 8 years now and trying to disrupt the beliefs that we had started with factories and then services. And all throughout, one thing that I've realized is engineering as a discipline is an amazing sector or the sect to kind of bring in as a skill. And look forward to a great engaging conversation today with Savi.
Thank you so much. So the topic for this discussion is aligning engineering education with the industry needs. We'll get a perspective from the HR side as well as from the academia side. I'll start with you, Mr. Seth. How do you, this year's budget was firstly out and out about education and skilling, right? How do you perceive the readiness of the current engineering education system? Do you think it's meeting the demands of Industry 5.0?
Okay, so I will talk about more 4.0, okay, because we 5.0 is only on the papers and there are very few matured companies who have just touched on the 5.0, companies like Bosch and all, you see, but others are in India now 4.0, like digitization, automation, these things, and IoT, we do find in the organizations happening. As far as this engineering education system is concerned, I find this is excellent. India has tremendous opportunities that they're offering. They're growing. Manufacturing sector is growing, and then you have a semicon. Then you have big companies like iPhone coming in. They're setting up a manufacturing facilities. Then there's going to be huge demand for electronics engineers, etc. But the fact is that what is the downside? The downside is the surpluses. Okay, like India produces almost like 15 lakhs engineering graduates, and roughly about 2 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs get absorbed, in the right kind of industry. Rest of the guys go for higher education and, or they worked with lesser known organizations, you see. So that's where I believe the surpluses is the challenge. And therefore, when you have a surpluses, you become choosy. And when you become choosy, you create employability issues, etc. But of course, there is also another thing that we, expect that engineering institutes also need to spend great deal of time with the corporates in terms of understanding their needs. Like, the engineering institutes must grow beyond the placements in the sense that, because, the objective of hiring number of engineering graduates is purely based on showing them the placements. I think that's where we guarantee the placements, as a result of which the quality suffers, because the student expect that I'm joining this big institute, so the companies will have to come, and then we are the choosers. Company is not the choosers in terms of hiring us, as compared to international universities. And the same guy who works in India, you see, who studies in India, looks for which company comes to the campus. And the same guy is, when he goes abroad, like to New York University, he goes out and search and back for the job, you see. You see, so that's where I find that unless and until you have the attitude of begging the job, begging for the job, probably you won't get developed, which is, I believe, development of the engineering student is solely lies with the student only, because the college is a platform. Because I have been handling engineers right from 1980s, 81. You see, that's the time when we used to hire graduate engineers, and fast forward in 2002, 3, I could see the quality of engineers in terms of their skill sets and their professional competence has not gone up. It has come down. I don't know the reasons, because I believe, whereas, with the advent of technology and the, your IT, the every generation that comes in every year turns out to be much more than the previous generation. But in terms of, the professional competence, when you talk about, I find the engineers of mid 80s and 80s, they were much more matured in terms of the engineering and their business sense as compared to the students of today. I don't know what the difference is, and probably who works in the academia, they can highlight, because I believe you also belong to the mid 80s, family, and you can highlight what's the difference between at that time students and the students of today. You see, so but I can guarantee it that there has been a great deal of a difference between the quality that we produce now. Maybe it's the large numbers. Maybe the student is not designed for the engineering education, but he has been pursuing engineering under pressure, under social pressure, under parental pressure. That could be the reason, But I find there is a downtrend in terms of the quality that we produce, not in terms of all. But when I talk about 15 lakh students, if I'm producing, but I can vouch for that, 30% of the students are not really designed for the engineering education.
Right.
Out of that,
So we'll come back to this. Dr. Pandey, what are your views on this? Would you like to?
Yeah, so far as my co-panelist has been expressed about his views on the quality of the students that is coming up is, it's a different prospect in my opinion, because if you take the example of the engineers, those who are working in the era of 80s and 90s, which he has quoted about, and that time the technology was not evolving very fast. Even I can remember the time when people are working in a single one product or one technology for years and decades even. Now is the time when you are every technology is evolving very, very fast. And now the emerging technologies has come up, and new technologies are evolving. So in that scenario, I must appreciate the new generation, Gen X, when they are making the balance between all these, the old technologies that is being already there and the new technologies that is coming up into it. Now, so far as the industry 4.0 and 5.0 is concerned, as I said, the technologies are evolving very fast, and so the skill sets are. And yes, I understand that is a huge responsibility on the technical institution or the academic institutions to train the new professionals on the technologies that is coming up. Now, how we are doing as MIT University and MIT School of Engineering Technology is by involving more and more experiential learning into it. Goes the times are then when we are only teaching in the classrooms only, and then now is the time when we are adding the experiential learning aspects in every course into, which we call as a project related course. I mean, every course is being related with and attached with the project. And sometimes the project has been given or assigned by the industry, that we used to go to the industry and we used to take these online and the real-time projects which the student used to develop so that they can get some of the experiential learning. And now, next is about the skill-centric education that we are imparting into. Along with the academic excellence, academic achievements, now is the time when we are including the skill-centric courses and programs into every course that we are running in the campus. Skill-centric in the sense, like we are having the collaboration with a lot of industry on board. Industries like ServiceNow, industries like Salesforce, like Wipro, Cisco academies that we had, and AWS, where we had various courses they had been suggested us, which can be included into the curriculum, so that the experiential learning there and the skill that is being required for the industry has been included.
Right.
And moreover, Industry 5.0 is right now to integrate that we are continuously working on, to integrate the critical thinking aspects into, and how we can make the balance between the technologies and the thought process of the human being, so that the I mean the technology can go along with the thought process of the student, and they can contribute more on how they can create new products into it. So this way we are I mean making our students or academic institutions are making balance into it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Brahma, I want to ask you, as Mr. Rakesh, you also spoke about the surplus of the graduates today. I want to ask you, there's a clear mismatch in the job market wherein there's a surplus of graduates who are skilled, but they're not getting the right jobs. There are working professionals who are not happy with their job profiles. The IT sector, as we know, in the first 6 months of 2024, laid off over 1 lakh people. Why do you think there is this huge gap in the employment sector, and what can be done?
So it's a bit like an HR issue we do within organizations, because we are constantly doing a manpower planning and we see what kind of competencies are required. So I think just like corporates have a goal setting and then achieving those goals and performance management kind of approach, I think that is that kind of a process and a transformation in institutes would help, where we look at that what kind of an output do we want, who will be aligned to the industry. So if I look at every student as the input and I say, what do I want as an output? Automatically, then I'll be able to define that, okay, these are the competencies I require in the engineering area. These are the competencies I require in the behavioral area, which will have all those things of, okay, the person should be a good team player, the person should be articulate and able to communicate well, the person should have empathy. So all those behavioral dimensions will be there. And we say, oh, the person should also have these functional competencies, whether business, etc. So I think if we do that kind of mapping, uh, currently things are very input sort of focused, that the student comes in and these are the courses they do. But if we become more output focused, look at the whole process like that and say, what does the industry need? I think that will make a huge difference.
Thank you. Saurabh, your views on this. Why do you think there is a big mismatch in the job market?
I tried to get some data and I thought it'll be really interesting. I mean, we keep asking engineers about a lot of data as well, and they freak out at times. I mean, I'll just give you an example before we kind of get into this whole thing. My son is about 8-year-old. The other day, he was actually making a bot. I believe this generation is amazing. And Rakesh, you had great thoughts, but I just feel that the engineers are still great. The needs of the country and the world are so dynamic. It's just getting disrupted like now in a year, not in 10 years. I was just reading a data. There's a skill mismatch which is there. As per this India Skills Report in 2023, only about 46% of engineering graduates were found employable to the exact needs which are there, and that's where the industry is struggling. I mean, I actually represent a company which is both into learning and also hiring a lot of engineers. For us to match the learners to the engineering courses and the boot camps, we need engineers there. And we need engineers not just with the engineering mindset or the skill set. We're actually fast moving towards what the Industry 5.0 is. It's about deep expertise coupled up with the exact understanding of how do I blend it to the solution. So what Ms. Brahma said, Dr. Brahma said, it's about the output focus. I think the output focus is a place where the mismatch is happening. I do believe the solution is very simple. I think the amount of people who are getting laid off, and I'm not saying it's a straight solution, but look, two categories. One is a working professional, which is all of us. When was the last time when we actually enrolled ourselves into a program to say, listen, I need to learn again? Big gap, actually the biggest gap. Two, the students who are coming out of the college, we do believe at Upgrad that the continuous improvement that they learn in the course they need to also figure out what are the different bolt-ins that they need on the course. It's like a software. One software doesn't kind of get you everything. You need 2, 3, 4 bolt-ins. If those bolt-ins comes, these engineering students are amazing, I would say. I mean, we had engineering students about 30 years back who were to be taught MS Office. Now these, I mean, when you're a kid, you learn it. And so the skills are there, but the new skill layer which is needed is still not got into the academia fully. Uh, a lot of blend of courses is what we need along with the current academic setup that we have. And I think that's where, if we talk about a Gen AI, if we talk about ML, if we talk about a lot of understanding on the outcomes in the business as well, if we blend some of those things, and these are very basic things I'm talking about. I mean, Gen AI is basic almost as of now when we talk to engineering students. And at Upgrad, we've been like training lakhs and lakhs of students on these things, whether it's about a training in campus or the working professional. I think that gap is filled. Savi, I believe that's going to just create a big difference. The 46%, even if it goes to a 86, as a country, I think the 15 lakh engineers, or even if it becomes 1.5 crores, I think the world is here to take a lot of talent from India. There's no dearth of the jobs across the world, I believe.
Very well said. Thank you, Saurabh. Mr. Seth, coming back to you, Dr. Pandey also mentioned about collaborations and the importance of collaborations. What do you think about it? What sort of industry and academia collaborations can be done to enhance the education systems, especially when we talk about engineers?
No, absolutely right. You see, my point was when I talked about bit on the quality side was not with the tier 1 and tier 2 qualities. In tier 1, we produce best of the world guys. In tier 2 also we produce almost like that. But the problem comes when you see tier 4, tier 5 and tier 3. And when I teach MBA students, I really say, oh, you are an engineer. You see, just to put the things in the right perspective, so that's where we say that, those kind of engineers that we produce at times, because they don't even do the basic mathematics, statistics, those are also missing in some of the engineers, although they are civil engineers and all, you see. So as you say, the collaboration happens beyond the corporate. As sir said, I agree with him, because many institutes in India, especially which are in the private sector and also the tier 1, tier 2, they are, interacting with the all world class, companies for looking at their demands, what their demands are, because company can't survive without the tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 institutes, because they have to have what they want, especially, some of the institutes are, also changing the design of their engineering courses, because the emphasis is in the times to come is only going to be around 3 areas. One is your, artificial intelligence and the, machine learning side, which will go. Second is the data analyst and the data scientist that will come. And third is the IoT. And then something else may come up in the process, like you have robotic side and all. See, the entire engineering side will be governed around these areas, and all those companies also which are pure mechanical, like core, they are, I believe, not needed. So they will have to be redesigned, those courses. Like I was talking to somebody, and what they are talking about is now electrical and computer science. You see, that's the kind of a new combination which is coming in, which we haven't heard about. Computer science with IoT is coming in. Computer science with, you see, AI, ML is coming in. So this is happening because of the, Indian institutes are interacting with top class university abroad also, and with the top class companies also, like Apple, Alphabet, Meta, and Sapient, Adobe, they keep giving their requirements, what they need, and telling them, prepare students in this particular formats. And especially ones which are flexible institutes like the private universities, they are able to adapt quickly. But the situation is little bad with the pure, government universities, where for changing the, curriculum, they have to spend a lot of time, their permissions, etc. So therefore, some of the private universities are doing exceedingly well in terms of churning out good number of students. Only thing is that some of those big ones have become more numbers driven. Like if they control the numbers, probably we will not have these surplus issues. Okay, so one has to really go deeper in order to understand from where the numbers are coming. If the university is producing, let's say, 10,000 computers, science engineer, only one private university produces 10,000 computer science engineers. You can imagine you need to look at that. In India, there are about 6-7 companies only who hire. There's the bulk hiring. Okay, and they do the bulk hiring also by design because these many numbers leave every year to pursue higher education. So there is a system of hiring. But as far as the collaborations are concerned, my suggestion to some of these institutes would be that not only get confined to the corporate, calling them for the placements, but also invite their senior executive to teach courses in the BTech. I find that doesn't happen. That happens only in the MBAs where they have a professor of practice. I think the professor of practice should also get down to the BTech level. Okay, and wherein the top class professionals from best of the companies should teach alongside the professors of the these engineering colleges. What is happening? The faculty of those engineering colleges, whatever you may say, they don't get developed in that format as those professionals go, because they get different kind of exposure of traveling to various countries and understanding what the needs are, and they keep doing the hit and trial, and therefore their R&D keeps working. And that's where I say that the evaluation can be done by the engineer colleges only, but the academic inputs, like experiential inputs, which I would rightly use, can come from the corporate. So corporate should get into the teaching to the BTech students. They're doing it at the MBA level in some of the good colleges, but that should get into the BTech so that we can create that BTech student in a equivalent to the, in my view, MBA,
Right.
because that's a 4-year course. It should not be equivalent to BBA, which is a 3 years course, or it should not be equivalent to a BA economics, which is a 3 years course, or BCom. He should be somewhere between, not as per the MBA of top class university or as per 3-year course. There should be differentiation, and I think that differentiation come only when you bring in a professor of practice, because the professor only teach what he knows, because you don't go into the class, and the professor has his own limitation, we must accept, because he only teach from the books are which are 80 edition, 90 edition, you see, he used those books. So therefore the students remain more up to the marks oriented only, which Indian society is, that he is more concerned with how much marks I will get. First thing he sees is the marks. But if we go little more beyond marks and develop the professional competence of that engineer, that he is going to be a different guy in the corporate sector. Why he has to waste money to pursue MBA? You see, if we can create this MBA engineer equivalent to the MBA time, we can save a lot of money, which the Indians are, in my view, wasting on the MBA's education, which in future, probably 5 years from now, the kind of a content we see on the AI and all in the, in the domain, I don't think there's going to be a revolutionary change 5 years from now in the market space, especially in the higher education.
Thank you, Mr.
If we prepare the BTech in the right format, that's what my take is.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Pandey, coming from the academia side, how do you view this? Also, like Saurabh mentioned, skills today, they become obsolete in a year. And as Dr. Seth also said, now combination of a skill set is required. Apart from technical skills, also technical skills. But apart from that, how do you see the skill set evolving this year, or maybe let's say for another 2 years?
Yeah, I think I'm agree with Mr. Rakesh for to include all these courses, these technologies in the curriculum, and how to teach the BTech students and MTech students to make them industry ready. I fully agree that now is the time when we should come closer together and let us make an ecosystem of how the engineering student can be groomed. In that sense, they are at least same is skilled, if not the completely placeable to that. Same is skilled to be as the professional into that post which they are hired for. For that, yes, the education institutions has become very, very flexible now. What I can feel, because if I'm not, especially for the private institutions, if I'm talking about, and we are ready to include any type of courses, any type of programs in our curriculum, and that we are doing as well by involving the industry in a huge way, starting from our board of studies, starting from our curriculum designing, starting from any other statutory bodies that we have the university level. where we want the suggestion from the industry on how to and what to include into. As I had given you example of that as well, because we had been running various programs, such programs, by some of the industries, the leading industries, as I had given some of the names like Salesforce, like the Cisco, like the AWS Academy, and so on. Uh, these industries, these organizations are continuously putting on their efforts, and they are giving us the suggestions what all the new skills are being to be taught to the students now, and so that the student can become at least that much skilled. And you have rightly said about this professor in practice also, that we have already involved, and the UGC also has been given the green signal into it, where we can appoint the professor in practice at any level, even that BTech also. For an experienced person who is only BTech qualification, we can hire him as a practice professor in practice in that sense. But having said that, now there are certain things, certain challenges in the academic institutions as well. Because sometimes when we are talking about the experiential learning and all, providing that, we face a little bit hesitation from the industry side to take the student straight away for the internships and all, because they have a hesitation point that these students are still do not know anything about the industry or say machines and all these things. To put them directly into that, how the things that process will hamper into. Where I need the thought process of the industry also to be evolved, to be changed into that direction, because they had to be given some chance, some way, so that the student, the new people, they can understand it. And I really agree on that. Let us come closer. Let us find out the solution of our answer of that Yaksh Prashn, which says that industry and academia gap, when it will narrowed into it. And it's a high time now, because the ecosystem has made like that. India is right now proceeding into that directions, and many of the industries that is being coming up into the India, where they are looking for the solution for all these problems of the worldwide. So now is the time when let us come closer and let us build the professionals which your industry is requiring for on our own cost. And what we need at the end is, we need those skills which you want they should be, or you are expecting after their 3 year of study or the 4 years of study they should be getting into. We are ready to impart that. And this way, and yes, there are certain requirement of the new skills also will be coming up. And we are very much convinced with some of the skills that I has already told you about, the critical thinking, about the lifelong learning skills that can be inculcated into them through their the college learning, I mean college education or the institutional education, that we are ready to put into.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Dr. Brahma, what role does an HR play in this ecosystem, to align the engineering education with the industry needs? Has it impacted the recruitment process and the talent development process at the organization? Can you share your views on that?
Yeah, so there are several ways it has impacted. One, because we are sort of the in-between function who talks to the business and the outside world when we are recruiting. So we constantly realize the gap. We help, therefore, in meeting those gaps. So that is one area, and I'll expand later. Second, our own processes. So, for example, assessment or even sorting out CVs. We have incorporated a lot of artificial intelligence into our own processes. In that sense, HR gets impacted. I'll just describe one initiative, for example, of how artificial intelligence gets used in academia and corporates, and where HR played a part. Sometime back there was a big thing when ChatGPT was released this year about students using, and of course everybody's now using, whether it is students, corporates. We all realize how our work can get simpler. For colleges, there is a bit of a tough thing in how much of the work is the students and how do you assess. Um, but then we had a training initiative, and there were a lot of fresh perspectives, and I just want to share one point with the audience. So this was from a Harvard Business Review paper where they said that you cannot stop the force of technology. You cannot stop students from using, but how do you help them use something like GPT or Gemini, etc., and become, in fact, more competent in what they're doing? So there were 3 points. One was that the professor, for example, can say that, hey, use everything and critique the answer, critique the response. So where did your, whatever you use, whether it was Claude or ChatGPT or Gemini, where did it live up to your expectations? What was right? What was wrong? Can you critique it and submit a report? So the student obviously has to go through, and the student will obviously know much more on the topic than if he had not used these tools. Second point was the professor says use so and so methods and compare their responses. So not only now the student uses all those AI tools, like let's say he uses Perplexity for something, Gemini for something, and so on. And then now they have to compare. So now the student becomes even more proficient in the use of these tools and the subject matter. And the third point was that make the students make assessments using these AI tools. So earlier, maybe the prof asked questions, or maybe a student looked at what was asked the year before on the particular subject. But now the student can use these AI tools and get assessments made and therefore self-assess. So now this kind of perspective came to us in HR because we were using these tools for assessing and selecting people. Also, we were driving training initiatives, learning initiatives, and we were constantly listening to the business on what are their needs. So I'm just giving one example that things are very agile, things are very evolving and dynamic, and it is one of the most interesting times to be in. So I'm particularly happy about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brahma. Sort of your views on this. What is your perspective? You're also the CHRO for learning and development platform. What are your views on it?
So I'll give two perspectives, one from a learning company side and two from a CHRO side. So from a academia side, I think what's so important for us is to figure out how do we continue to engage with the industry and make them confident that if you need 5 skill sets or competencies, that's exactly what we're going to be installing in students, and that's beyond the academic curriculum as well. From a company perspective, or from an employee perspective, from an engineer perspective, my belief, content is not the king for you, storytelling is. So if you understand the storytelling, the content is going to come from Chat GPT. The content will come from academia, because I believe the academics, the learning partners and the universities are all really putting a lot of effort to make it real. But from an HR perspective, the original question that you had, I think we need to get into agile talent management. And by agile talent management, I'm saying the requirements of an organization may not be fulfilled by all the exact talent available. We are all aware about that. The problem is, as HR, we have not designed our talent management systems to pick up those students from the time when they enroll in the college. It's very simple. If I actually just pick up 4 to 5 universities or colleges, I can actually just kill the skill deficit that I have. But we're so busy internally thinking about, okay, there are skills available, but it's all changing. So as HR, agile talent management to connect with the universities, like Manoj, you said, it's a fact that the industry also has to reach out. It's our need. The universities are actually fulfilling the need. So we need to reach out and make sure that that connect is equally a partnership, and things will change, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our time is also up. Thank you once again for joining us today. And back to you, Aditya.
So much to all our panelists. A picture, please. The photographer is there. He is. And thank you, Savi, for moderating that. Also keeping a check on the time as well. Aye. There's one more. Done? Oh, lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. Aye. And while they are clearing the stage, it's time to move ahead with our next and our last session for the day keynote address. जो पहले होना था, but it couldn't happen due to some technical faults. But now we have our speaker with us. This is on engineering education, how campus diversity fosters innovation and how to achieve true diversity. And to share his views on the same, let's please welcome on screen Professor Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras.
Hello, am I audible?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can see you as well.
Okay, so I have exactly 5 more minutes because I'm rushing to the airport.
Okay,
so,
sir.
I will just share my points. Thank you very much. Friends, thank you, BW, for inviting me and also giving me this very exciting topic. So let me start with a personal experience of how diversity helps. I am a musician. I play the violin. And in my +2, I got an experiment in my practicals in the +2 public examination, which was sonometer. And sonometer is very close to tuning the violin string. So I knew that this is a frequency would be 256 hertz. So I could tune the sonometer within seconds, and the entire experiment finished off in 5 minutes, and I was able to score full score. Just why I gave this example, friends, is because if you have another hobby, there's always a connection between your hobby and the field of specialization. You can apply the principles and other creativity that you get in a hobby, and that you could apply in your field of specialization, and that will lead to very creative ideas. And that is where diversity is extremely important, where you start pursuing many things which at some point of time will have certain things common. And when you start exploiting the commonness, the common denominator, I think you come out with exciting solutions, which is the need of the hour. We need to innovate. We need to have entrepreneurship. We need to have startups. And that is precisely why we need to encourage diversity in the campus. Diversity is the fundamental thing, fundamental need for innovation. And that is the point where I will start this particular talk. Let me just say what we are trying to do at IIT Madras. IIT Madras is the first ever IIT in the history of IITs to introduce what we call a sports excellence admission, wherein national champions who have worked for sports, who have won a medal in any of the national championships, and they have participated in international championship, which essentially requires a lot of effort. They are given a seat in the undergraduate BTech program, and this is a diversity we brought into the campus, right? So the point here is, what does sports teach us? Sports teaches us how to handle instantaneous recognition, instantaneous criticism. For example, you're a cricket player. The first ball you hit for a 6, the whole stadium claps. The second ball you get out, the whole stadium, they are very unhappy, right? So they start criticizing, oh, you should have played like that and this. Instantaneous success and instantaneous failure, and treating success and failure equally and moving forward is what sports teaches at a very young age. I think sportsmen will be, one, their health will be good, their physical health will be good. They will be inspiration for people, and also they will also be inspiration for people to basically take up these type of things. So that is where diversity helps. The second interesting thing that we found out is about physically challenged people. spark for something. So physically challenged people, and we actually found out that they have tremendous challenge. When God closes one door, He opens another. He opens another, and we see a lot of challenge. We see a lot of talent in them, specifically. And IIT Madras actually has a specific center which talks about mobility and improving the quality of life for the physically challenged people. But then we actually find quite significant talent in them, in art, in different forms, and that is something which we need to work out. The third thing that I really want to bring up on 1 minute, just a minute, please. Sorry. So the third thing that I would like to talk in terms of diversity is about the gender. So we have the government has introduced 20% for supernumerary seats for girls. So what does gender balance bring in? There are very interesting things that we look at when in specifically there are certain experimentation related research, experimentation related courses, and these are very, very interesting, very important fields of sciences where we find the females, the girl students, much better than boy students, specifically when it involves very meticulous work. One of the very interesting things that we have observed over years is, verification, software testing, wherein we actually work very closely to find out whether certain things are working correctly or not. So we see that there are certain very interesting aspects of engineering where the girls do much better than boys. And that is where, the real maintaining a gender balance essentially brings in a lot more of diversity in the way we progress in our academics, not only in the campus. So what next? So IIT Madras, per se, we are now looking at cultural quota. For example, can we basically give preference for artists? Because when we look at some of the very interesting fields like semiconductor or programming, if you look at even in the titles of some of the very important books, it's called Art of Computer Programming, Art of Verification. So beyond some point, any field is fully driven by creativity and imagination, and we need to work on those very important areas. And that creativity and imagination will be really supported by, or will really, the brain will be much fine-tuned if you are an artist. So artist can be very innovative, and art teaches you how to innovate. I'm a musician, and you sit on the stage, you maintain your beat, which we call talam. You maintain the rag, which is basically given by the grammar of the raga that you are singing. You have to maintain the lyrics, and you have to coordinate with all your other instruments, accompanying instruments, and all these four activities is like, you have to coordinate and sync up, and you have to imagine, create original things, what we call as manodharma. So people who are familiar with Indian classical music can appreciate this. And this is, in my opinion, and you have to do it instantly, and you have to do it correctly, accurately, maintaining multiple parameters. And this is, in my opinion, the pinnacle of creativity. And that, if a brain is tuned, I'm sure such type of artists, when given an opportunity to work in engineering, etc., can do much better. And typically, even painting, people can look at abstract ideas and bring out very realistic pictures. So these are many things that are quite thing that comes out of culture. I think, friends, this is what diversity in engineering diversity in the campus will foster good engineering. The need of the hour is innovation and entrepreneurship. Innovation needs creative thinking, and I'm sure diversity will enable it. Friends, I have to quickly check in now. My flight is on time. So thank you very much for this, and would love to meet some of you in person at some point of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, and have a safe journey. Thank you. He was gracious enough to give us time from his schedule. And with that, we come to an end of our sessions for today. And to formally thank all of you for being here, for attending, and for making sure that this was a huge success for us. Of course, from where we started, from where we walked to where we walk today, of course, we'll try and make it much, much, much better. But for today, to thank all of you, please join me in welcoming on stage the advisor to BW Retail World, Mr. Ved Shukla, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. It has been a wonderful day. And once we conclude, I really thank all the dignitaries, all the speakers who could spend some time today and come together. The BW education team managed to get visionaries, educators, innovators of engineering education at one platform today. And as we saw all through the day, it is a challenging time for engineering education. And in the same breath, I would also like to say that it is a very, very interesting and opportunist time that we can really change the face of engineering education. I would like to thank the BW education team which put together this event and led by Ravi Khatri, then Savi is here, Shweta is here, Rakhi, Chirodeep, Mayank. Mehaji is not here, but she was instrumental. And anybody I'm forgetting, I mean, it was a wonderful thing. Priyanshi, of course, Aditya, you are here, And I would like to thank all the delegates who were part of the day and all the discussions and everything. While we end this summit, we go with renewed connections, renewed insights to really go ahead and keep building the landscape of engineering education. Thank you very much. Thank you.